What does high score mean? New high score, is that bad? What does that mean? Should I break it?
Am I back? Okay, great. Yeah, I guess I was muted. Hello. Yeah, I suppose I was muted. I don't know why OBS dropped my mic. Thank you, Andy, for pointing that out. Yes, good morning. Morbius, good morning. You got the first today. Andy coming in with the tech support. Didn't click the button. We are IPv4 only at the moment, so we'll see what happens. Hi, little one. But we'll see. I mean, we haven't disconnected in the first 2 minutes, which is better than Friday. So I guess we'll that's maybe some progress. The problem is that sometimes it either starts immediately, like we'll get, you know, 30 minutes or 30 seconds, a minute and a half into stream, and then we'll have our first like dip or disconnect, or it doesn't happen until like the hour and a half, 2 hour mark. So I really don't know what I'm doing in between now and then, but we'll see. Anyway, Morbius, how are you? How's your weekend going? Andy, how are you? How's your weekend? We went to go see Chicago yesterday, the musical. It was pretty great. I haven't seen it live before. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Doing good. Good. Just Andy up at my parents for now. Oh, cool. Are you hanging out with them, or are you watching the dog while they're off doing something? I feel like you're at your parents a lot. Good that you have that relationship and ability to go up there. I like them. That's good. Yeah. Like I said, that's a good thing. I'm happy for you. Does your husband stay at home, or does he come with you? Oh man, back to dandelion work. Got to build up that physical endurance. He usually stays home. Gotta get your workout in. Aiming for favorite son. Aren't you only son? You have sisters, right? But aren't you the only you're the only son? It's the same in my family, right? I think it's easy to do when you're one of one by default. But that also means you're the worst son at the same time. So you have like 2 titles to live up to, you know? I'm so sad that I'm missing all my facial hair. Sorry. Every once in a while I'll reach up to touch it and it's gone, and it makes me sad. You have 2 sisters, right? I am absolutely the worst son and the best. You got 2 sides of the same coin. Pros and cons. I swear, Andy, if switching to IPv4 only was the only thing that I needed to do, I'm going to be happy that it's fixed, but one is 3 years younger, another is 9 years younger. Wow, that's a big gap. Both my full sisters are within 5 years. So one is 2 years younger and one is like 5 years younger. And then my half sisters, there's like a 20-year gap. And then descending from there. My dad had a vasectomy and a reversal in between. God told him he was missing out on his blessings. Sounds like he was like, nah, we didn't nail it in 2. We needed to try for a 3rd. Got to work on, take one more shot. That's crazy though, a vasectomy and a reversal. I mean, both responsible decisions, I suppose. A vasectomy for sure to, make sure you know what you're doing, and then the reversal is a big decision. Also, I don't know if you're being sarcastic, knowing your family, knowing your parents, I don't know if you're being sarcastic about that or not. I'm being 100% honest. Okay. So it was preordained. Wow. Talk about, like, I think the baby of the family already gets spoiled and gets enough attention, and then to be told or to know that God spoke to your parents, your father, and told them that they needed a third and you were the one. That, I feel like that would just amplify the big head baby syndrome to maximum capabilities. I don't think you could ever tell them anything. I got my vasectomy back in 96. Nice. I that's 30 years ago now. Jesus. Smart decision. I've considered it myself. I don't think there's any reason not to. Just an extra surgery. All right, well, so far so good. I don't know what we do. What do we do? That I could try to play some Legends of Runeterra. That's just a fun card game. Knock out some dailies, do some runs, just to see what happens. That's a game that doesn't matter about like progress or anything. If we disconnect, there's no real issues. I don't really want to do anything. I thought about, I mean, Final Fantasy 14 is there, obviously, but I don't want to be dealing with the disconnects. The whole point is to be available to like check on things and change some settings. So I feel like finishing up 5.55 is not really the best use of my time today. Or at least until we figure some things out. Same thing with League. I can't play League and test things at the same time. I don't really want to start a new game like Dragon Quest Builders. Have the same issues. How long do you want to test before 14? I really don't know. Like I said, I don't like I said, the problem is that sometimes this has been the past. The issues have either started immediately, like on Friday where we had a drop and a disconnect like less than 2 minutes into the stream, or it's been like around the hour 45, 2 hour mark when I've started having the issues, and then it gets more, and I've had things in between, but those tend to be the two trends that I've seen so far. So I don't really want to waste 2 hours, but I also don't want to just sit here and talk to myself. The likelihood of me actually playing a game and getting progress in anything is probably close to zero, just because, again, testing for 2 hours and then doing a 2 hour stream or a 4 hour stream, that sounds like the perfect test for 5.55, you think? I think you just want to see me play 5.55 so we get into Endwalker sooner. But I am biased, sure. 100%. 100%. Gross, Coda. What are you coughing up back there? Yeah. I mean, I guess it might be done in 2 hours anyway. That's what I mean, though. That's what I mean. There's no dungeon. It's probably just instance stuff. There's for the 5.55. I don't mind. I could switch over, just change the whole title and change everything and do it. That wasn't really my plan. But right now everything looks really stable. Like even my bit rate is incredibly stable, which doesn't usually happen. Usually my bit rate is all over the place, but it's capped at 18 and it's hovering right around like 17.4 to 17, well, just dropped to like 17.339. But it's in between like 17.3 and 17.6, which is, I mean, nothing, right? 300 kilobytes a second is nothing. Considering we're sticking, I mean, we're really stable right now, which is weird. I mean, a good weird. It's just unusual. Sorry, I'm looking over at my stats. I'm tracking everything. Yeah, I think Final Fantasy 14 is the perfect trust fall. Okay. Well, you're here, so I will see. Let's give it a few more minutes just to see what's going on, or see if anything crazy happens. But so far, I've not dropped a frame. Not a single frame has been dropped, period, due to rendering, encoding, network, nothing. I'm not having any issues with like rendering and encoding for the most part. Sometimes like there'll be something weird that pops up, but you know, like every computer does that, where something, some background operation will open or close, and IPv4 for the win. No kidding. Thanks, Andy. Thank you for being stream's live tech support. Oh, you know what I could do? I haven't done this. I feel a little bit bad, but you know, let me see something really quick. Let me see if I could save some stuff, and then I'll show, while we're waiting, I'll show off some work that Gloria's been doing, and then go from there. Let me see, where can I save these? Maybe I just save them to my desktop for now. And then go from there. I'm going to show you the I'll show you the art that Laura's making for me. No, I don't want to change any of them. Let's just name this, and then we'll go from there. Of course, now I can't see the screen, so if anything happens, let me know. I can't see your chats either, so when I say let me know, what I mean is I'll read it afterwards. Like, if the world burns, if the world ends, we'll find out in a second together. Well, you'll find out before me. I'll find out. Also, I didn't realize I feel kind of dumb, but I canceled, or well, I didn't cancel. I just never renewed my Microsoft Office subscription, and I didn't know that my OneDrive storage was tied to my subscription. So now, like, all of my documents don't want to save into the cloud, and that's frustrating. So I really do need to fix that soon. I just don't really want to pay for a program that I'm never using. You know, Google Docs and Google stuff for me is just as good as anything else. So paying $100 plus for a subscription service that I don't use doesn't seem like the best use of my, you know, money or time or anything else. Okay, hold on. Andy said, that's what I'm here for. Appreciate it. Also, what made you decide to shave? Did Brittany say it's me or the beard? No, Brittany actually hates it. I was just trying to trim it. I was just trying to trim it down. This was Friday night after the stream. I was just trying to trim it down because it was getting like all bushy. My hair just on my face grows wherever it wants. So there wasn't really much I could do with it. But so I was trying to shave it down, and I think I mentioned before, but like the last few days, sorry, I'm trying to do multiple things at once, and it's not really working the way I want it to. We've had a lot of bad storms here, and so we've had a lot of thunder. Coda and I were in the closet for a bit. And 1-0 go. And anyway, while I was shaving, Coda heard what she thought was thunder. It was just like the somebody bringing their trash can up from outside or something outside, and she shadows me all the time, but especially when she's like nervous and it's been raining and stuff. And she jumped up on me while I was trimming, and so I took a whole like big chunk out of my facial hair. And so at that point it was just like, okay, well, I guess I got to do it all, because I was like trimming it down, and then she jumped on me and I tripped. I kind of leaned over and just right down right down like at an angle, and I was like, okay, well, absolutely nothing I can do about that. Nothing, nothing to fix. So yeah, I just had to trim it down all the way, and it'll grow back. It's fine. I'm not going to leave it like this. It also looks worse because I haven't cut my. I was going to get a haircut afterwards yesterday, before Chicago, because we had to play at the musical at 2. But then, of course, life happened, and Brittany got a nail in her tire. And so she had to get all of her tires replaced, essentially. She went in to get one replaced or patched, and then they're like, well, they're all like cracking anyway, so you should probably get them all replaced. And so she was there for like 2 hours. And so I didn't have time to go do it. And then I was going to walk there this morning, and then I forgot. So maybe tomorrow I'll go get a haircut, and then my fat face won't look shaven while my hair isn't. Also, I realized my face is just fat now. I'm just fat. The beard hides it, but I'm just fat. Could be worse, I suppose, but could be better. That's for sure. So we need to hide the... I wouldn't say it's a double chin. It's more like 1.5 chins, but it's there. Okay. Before I do this, I should have messaged Laura. See if she's okay. Or... see if she responds really quick. She doesn't show online, but I assume she's like most of us chronically online people and has it on her phone. Not seeing it on my phone screen, but we'll take your word on the extra chin. Thank you. Oh, that's good. They say the camera adds 10 pounds, but maybe it's taking off some on my end. Awesome. Okay. She says it's fine. Okay. So real quick, let's see. I think we would do screen capture for this. My camera's not even there. That's right, because I think we were... Boop. I think for League, my camera freezes whenever I'm playing League, and you have to use screen capture. It's weird. Anyway. All right. Let's see. Are you there? Yeah, everyone's there that's paying attention. Andy, you got to pay attention. So I sent her... Actually, let's pull this up first so that we can kind of have some references. So I've been... I sent Laura. Laura's a good friend of ours. I sent her a request to make some emotes for us. And so I put together this like sheet, this idea sheet. I am not an artistic person, okay? I don't have you guys know this. I don't have an imagination. I can't see pictures in my head, okay? So I have to use a lot of references. All right. So this is what we sent her. And this is the reference. These are the pictures that I already have. So this is an awesome image. This is what I use for my YouTube profile, and I think it's my Twitch icon too. But this is my wolf with the dice behind it that our good friend Gabby Jackson made. She is currently going to school for like marketing and marketing, I think mostly, but her program right now is using scents, perfumes and stuff, and she wants to get into food as well, which I think is pretty cool. But anyway, she also does art, and so we had her draw this. So this is like the first one. And then our great friend Ranger, who is also a professional artist, he did this for us for the stream. So these are kind of the references that I sent her first. Like this is what we kind of have established, so to speak. I like the colors. I like the blue and the grays and the purples. Just my color palette preferences. And then I really like this, right? It looks like me, right? Like it's me enough, but it's also combined with Chrono. So I like those, like combination, that fantasy aspect of it. And so this is the thing that I sent her first. And then we talked about it on stream, but I sent essentially a bunch of like references or options. I think I'm getting like 10 emotes done by her. So firstly was I think Dragon mentioned it, was like a lizard button pressing. Um, but except instead of a lizard, it was a wolf, right? Rangers did such a good job. I agree. I love it. I think Chrono Wolf is, I love this. This is really one of my, like, it means a lot to me. One, because Ranger did it. But two, it's like, that's a cool representation of me. That's what Ranger saw and drew of me. Like, that's pretty cool. Right? I think that it just means a lot. So I like it. I don't want it to go, like, I want that to be kind of the foundation of a lot of stuff. So yeah, the second thing I asked her to do is, I don't want to go like full like furry, right? I don't need a fursona, but like some combination of the two, something that keeps like combines these two ideas without like going too far one way or the other. And so we had the Zaria, are you building stream lore? No. We're going, firstly, good morning. Secondly, we're going over the emotes that I'm kind of having, or that I am having commissioned by our friend Laura. So we were just talking about that. I'm doing a test stream this morning because I've been having a lot of disconnects. So far, so good. We're looking really good, but I just figured I'd do something or talk about something while we're waiting for the bad to come, if it does at all. And then we're probably going to hop into some 14. But I guess you could call it stream lore to an extent. We were talking about this. Our friends have done this art for us already. So in using in commissioning the emotes and like combining the ideas, this is kind of the idea that I wanted. So I don't know if you'd call it stream lore. It's just more of a history of the stream, I guess, or history of the art. So yeah, obviously the lizard button is a pretty popular common emote. Wanted as a wolf. And so Laura worked on this, which I think is pretty cool. So I want it animated, but yeah, see if we can zoom in. So these are all just like concept drawings. They're not done yet, obviously, but she's working on them. So we talked about this and how we liked the button presses, and then I think she mirrored it, and so we have these two essentially, like just the flat lizard face, and then pressing the button. So I like this one a lot. I think this one is pretty close to being, hey, there's Laura. Speak of the devil. Only Laura's not the devil. I'm gonna have to give Laura the artist tag on the stream. So yeah, so this was the first one we kind of talked about, and so we're gonna have this one animated, which I think is pretty cool. We'll probably, once we get everything done, if Laura, just like I did with Ranger, I think I did it with Brian. I think I have Brian's link down below too, but we'll put her in the stream description in the about section below, like we did. But yeah, I think it's a pretty cool little animated emote, and like we said, it combines the two. So like we got the wolf figure in the back that Gabby established, and then we've got the bandana. So that was kind of the thing that Laura's been working with and that we talked about, is like combining the two ideas and keeping that like imagery, I suppose. But yeah, so we've got like the Chrono Wolf bandana and the scarf and then some colors. And so this is kind of a theme going forward. We're just kind of like trying to combine some of the characters for these emote ideas, which I think is really cool. So then the next thing we talked about, and that I think Dragon recommended as well. So shout out to Dragon as well. Dragon Fae Library, she's been doing great. She's been streaming for a while now and is doing all kinds of cool collabs and stuff. But yeah, we talked about the Derpy Tiger. K-pop Demon Hunter is amazing. I love K-pop Demon Hunter. Everyone does. But this is kind of something that I wanted too. This like vacant look. Only again with the wolf. Oh, look nicer with color. Sorry, I was cut off by ads. Oh yeah. No. I prefaced it all that these are just like concept work in progress images, sketches, right? But we're just trying to test the stream out, and so far so good. So we might actually move into something important here. Well, it's not that this isn't important, but I mean something bigger that we can play. But yeah, so we went with the Derpy Tiger idea, and Laura gave me not that. Where's 3? Where are you, 3? Yeah. Oh, here. We have, does 4? No, next one. Okay, so then we did like, is that Godfrey? It is Godfrey, yeah. Sorry, my desktop changes. I think this morning it was Ash. Now it's changed to something else. But yeah, that's Godfrey from Elden Ring. It's animated. I can't show you that it's animated. Actually, I might be able to show you that it's animated, actually. Hold on. If I minimize everything... Yeah, okay. I say it's animated, but it really just, like, moves. All of my wallpaper engine stuff moves or does something cool. I think you can see that. I have it paused where, like, if I have another window in focus, that the everything pauses because it can run, like, pull a lot of RAM and stuff, but it's pretty neat. Anyway, so yeah, then Laura gave me these. So we talked about this one, and I really like the bandana, but I kind of wanted the head to be the focus, and I felt like kind of the scarf took away from that. So she did a couple others that was without anything, and then with the bandana. And I think we decided, well, we talked about it. We decided that I think the bandana is for the best, and to lose the scarf. So it kind of keeps the same idea, right, of that derpy image, but the bandana kind of establishes it as us rather than just like a complete, you know, redrawing of this one. So all credit to Laura. I pretty much just shout things that I want at Laura, and she's like, okay, I'm going to turn that into something that looks kind of like better than what you're telling me. And that's usually how it goes. So all credit to Laura. She's the best. We're just here for the ride. All right. And then the next thing was like a crying wolf emote. I wanted something, the first thing I imagined was something like this, but I do think that this roundness, it was like too close to what like the derpy wolf was. And so Laura kind of changed it and into something, like I said, much, much better. Like I said, that's the theme here, is that Laura's the best. Laura, I'd be saying this if you weren't here. I want you to know that. But you are here, so I'm glad you get to hear it. So yeah, so we started with this. I wanted like a crying emote when things are sad or when I do something stupid. And oh, wrong one. Hold on. Gotta go back. Stop. All good. Makes me happy. I'm glad. I'm glad. Where is the crying? Here's the crying one. So we went with something. I think she sent me these two, and I love them both so much. I think we decided on this one, actually. I think, so this is the one I probably, in my head, thought was, when I do something stupid, okay, time to prep the amount of emote spam. Exactly. Exactly. I think this is what I originally thought I wanted, right? Like, so Laura gave me kind of what I described to her as far as like the references and stuff. But then she sent me these two. So this one, obviously, but I think we determined this one. I like this one a lot. I really like how she leaned into the howling wolf kind of thing, like and then the tears coming off. I think the tears really sell it as like, okay, this is a sad one. So I think we started with this one, and I think we decided that this is going to be our final one. And I like this one a lot. I think it conveys the same message, and it's unique enough to not like, you know, I really like this one. If I could have both of them, I probably would, you know, but there's really no reason to have both, I suppose. So I think we decided to go with the howling one, and I like that a lot. So this is our like crying, sad emote. The poor wolf, poor chrono wolf hiding at the moon, or poor dark wolf in this case, howling at the moon with the tears coming off. So got that one, nailed it. If I'll give you both if you want, the sketch is going to be there. Oh, no worries. No worries. Like I said, I don't know if I need both of them, right? We're sad a lot. We do a lot of dumb things, but I don't know if I need two emotes to demonstrate how dumb I am, if that makes sense. So I think one is fine, and I'll just be happy with it. And then, so these are the ones that I wanted kind of based off the wolf character, or the wolf-ish character, you know? So combination of Chrono Wolf here and, you know, Dark Wolf here. And so these are the ones that kind of the references that I sent her for that. And then there were other emotes. There were other emotes too, or that were more like either Final Fantasy specific, or I wanted more like human-like. And so I sent her the Dion references. So this is what Dion looks like in Final Fantasy 14. This was my Dragoon set at the time. Just kind of give her an idea of what a Dragoon looks like. outfit showed more of the face, and then this was the dancer, right? Kind of the vibes that I was going for. But I also sent her the Dion references, Lesage, because this is who Dion is supposed to be referencing. I built Dion the Dragoon based on Dion the Dragoon from 16. Yeah, let me, Laura, I don't know if you can. Do you want me to link your profile, your Instagram? Let me see. New window. I'll do it on a private screen. Of course I do. No, I don't want notifications through my computer on Instagram. Thank you. The worst. You've probably sent me a message, or I can just do this. There's Laura. Can I just share a post? Do I have to click the whole link? We'll do this. All right. Boom. 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 There we go. There's Laura. Once the emotes are up and everything, we will 100% be putting Laura in the like the section down below. I think I still have one for Ranger, right? If someone's watching the stream, can you scroll down and verify that it's still there? I suppose I could do it as well, but I'm pretty confident that it's there at the bottom. Yeah, he's number 1. So we have Chrono Wolf, Ranger in the panels. We have a Ranger panel. We'll 100% get a Laura panel once we get all the emotes and stuff, and then we'll be able to link her all the time. I didn't do it originally because I didn't ask Laura's permission. I don't like doing anything without, like, you know, checking in. So if Laura, if you don't mind that, we will 100% do it for you. But yeah, so Dion Lesage, Final Fantasy 16 was the basis for Dion Wright from my Final Fantasy 14 character. I decided I wanted to play a Dragoon, and I think Dion Lesage is an awesome character. I think he's just he's a cool person. He's a great character. I mean, he's the host of Bahamut, which is sick, right? Or is it Tiamat? No, it's, this is Bahamut, right? Anyway, it's sick. He's sick. So that's why, you know, I sent her both, just be like, hey, this is what we look like, but only because I'm terrible at character creation. This is what he's supposed to be. And so the first thing we sent about like more a humanistic, more Dion-esque ideas was we have a theme in stream where I like to tell the future. Yeah. I like to assume what's going to happen, and I end up being right occasionally. So Andy and Gloria tell me that I'm like writing the script for the game as I'm playing it. So we wanted something like this. So I sent her these references. We have the crystal ball here, you know, it's kind of like looking ahead. And then we have a couple people like, you know, I like this one a lot. I think this one was cool. So I really like the concept, but it's not very like personal. I could just use this image, right? If I wanted that, I could just use it. So I like this whole thing of like writing the script or something like this. And so she just sent me this today, which is our newest one. And I really like this. So this is going to be like more Dion-esque, but then looking over the crystal ball. I like this one a lot. I like the blank eyes actually, is like we're looking into the future. It's less of a, like, this one looks more like a car salesman or somebody, like this looks like a magician, right? This looks like someone who's just like looking into a crystal ball. He's wearing a business suit, for crying out loud, right? Like that's not really the vibe I wanted to give off. So Laura ran with it. And I really like the blank eyes. Like, I don't know if I want them completely blank or white, but more like glazed over. And that's what Laura said. She was like, you know, the more like glazed, glassy look rather than just a guy looking into a crystal ball. So I like this one a lot. She also said that she has another one that she's working on. So I'm excited to see what she has. But this was like the concept for the crystal ball, looking ahead, kind of writing the script kind of thing. And I really like it. Yeah. And then we haven't made progress on this one just yet. I don't think. I haven't seen this one. But we wanted something like Tidus from Final Fantasy X, only it's Dion and I, laughing like this. I love this scene. I think this scene gets a lot of undue criticism. It's really bugs me. I think it's a great scene. And so I just like wanted to kind of co-opt it and take it and use it. I really like this a lot though. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Laura does with this one. This one should be, this one might be one of my favorites. But lastly, but not least, as most of you probably know if you've been watching the stream at all, I hate the scholar. I hate you have a great idea for the Tidus one. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it a lot. But I hate the scholar class. I hate EOS. I think that that class is so stupid. I failed the very first job class like 4 times. I had to put it on very easy. That was the first time I've ever had to lower the difficulty of the game to get through anything. So I wanted something that showed off the rage. So as a rage emote, we'll have us choking EOS, which I thought was great. So Laura sent us a lot of different references for this one. We kind of talked through this one a lot. Obviously it was important for me to make sure that this looked like EOS, I suppose, right? Like if it's just some random fairy, it doesn't make any sense. So like EOS and the big ears, there's lots of things. EOS is very simplistic in design, right? She doesn't have much to her, but this is like the official art that we've gotten for the scholar. So we know what EOS looks like. So it was important to me that we knew and kept that. I like these. This was kind of just like a template as like rage. I wanted to convey like if emotes are weird in that they can't have too much because they're pretty small pictures. So you can't throw everything in there, right? You can't overcrowd the image because then it'll look just terrible. Yeah, I wanted something like this. So Laura sent me quite a few good things. Let me see what I can pull up. Where's the first one? So there's 11 for whatever reason didn't get saved, and I don't know why. Hold on. Let me see if I can track that down. This one. Save image. There it is. Okay. I will try to color her in a way that looks like her. Oh yeah, I trust you. Yeah, Laura does great stuff, but she's gotten busy recently. She's got quite a few commissions and a long list of stuff. But so the first couple that she sent me was this one, and I liked that. Part of me really liked the facial expression. It's like that meme face where, it's got the side eye, the troll meme essentially. And I really did like this, but I didn't know that the only kind of rage I guess that it conveyed was the pulsing of the hand. Like obviously we're squeezing EOS, right? It makes sense, but EOS is just kind of there. I don't know if it depicted the rage quite that I wanted. So then she sent me the next one, which I liked. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. She sent me this one, and I liked this one too, but I felt like the eyes popping out were a little too cartoony, if that makes sense. So again, she adjusted because she's great, and she loves listening to all my complaints. She sent me this one too, and I really like this one with the end. Like she seems confused, but the rage is still there. I like this one a lot, but I wanted again the ear tufts to. I think a big part of what makes EOS is these like little ear tufts that she has up here, or I guess they're hair tufts, aren't they? They're not really ears. Fairies are weird. Are these fairies or pixies? She's a fairy, right? Pixies are from the first. Fairies are from the source. Anyway. I think she's a fairy. Somebody could correct me. And then so she fixed it, and so we added the hair tufts, and I like this one a lot. So I think this is the one we're going with. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Usually I'm fairly quick with these, but some stuff happened. plus the 2 illustrations. I'm also working alongside yours. Oh, I'm not complaining. I was just telling Zaria, right, if she wants to, I recommend you 100%. I was just telling Zaria, you know, you're busy. You do good stuff. Yeah, she's like, EOS is confused. Like, why? Like, user error, right? So I like this one a lot. So this is the one we're kind of pushing with. But, you know, we got the wings in the bag. We got the hair tufts. Obviously, we're squeezing with the with the rage, right? And EOS just looks confused in the back. So those are what we have so far. The only one, like I said, I haven't seen was the Titus laughing, but I'm sure that one's going to come out great too. But yeah, so I'm pretty excited about all the stuff that Laura's been working on for us. Oh, I actually, before we do that, 1 second. I think once we do the emotes, I'm going to probably change like the background and the source art as well, or the scene art. Laura hasn't done that before, so she didn't feel comfortable doing it, which I completely understand. That's not her thing, right? But this is what we currently have, and this is just from Stream Elements. It's like the free one that we've been using forever. It's fine, right? It works. It's functional, you know, and we've been using it for years at this point. I've been using it for a very long time, and like I said, it's fine. It's not anything too crazy, but it doesn't pop. There's nothing for it. So I sent her a couple options, and again, she's not working on these for me. These are just more references that I was going to show you. So this is probably what I'm going to go with. But like, I like the themes. This is a starting soon, I think, also from Stream Elements, but it's a lot more. Actually, I think I can just click on these and show you that way. These are a little bit more. They're animated. They've just got more character to them, if that makes sense. I like the aesthetic, but you know, we don't play a lot of retro games, so I feel kind of bad going in this. Not bad, but I don't know if I feel committed to going in this route just yet. We have played retro games on the stream, so I don't know. I like the retro aesthetic, but it feels bad, I think, in a way that, like, I don't play a ton of retro games, so why would I want to use like a retro aesthetic? I don't know how I feel yet. We have to make a decision by August, and maybe I'll get some feedback. I thought about putting a poll in the Discord and seeing what we got going on, but I liked this. And that one I think is free too, so I don't have to pay for it, which is always a benefit. But anyway, and then I really like this for a couple of reasons. One, I like that it kind of matches our alert aesthetic already. So I'm sure most of you have seen it before, but in case you haven't, if it works, it should work. I think I fixed that too, which is nice. But like, I don't know, let's go with a follow really quick. If you guys have probably seen this, and I like this because these aesthetics match. This is like straight from Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII is very recognizable. It does have that retro aesthetic. It's something that we played on stream. You know, Final Fantasy is a big part of the stream, obviously. So this concept is really, I like the theme. I like continuing with the theme. So I thought about buying the packet from Etsy. I don't know why it says low in stock, only 6 left for a digital package. I don't know. Maybe they're discontinuing this and they're going to go somewhere else. But I do like this. But that being said, it does look a little bland, I suppose, right? Also, it doesn't seem to have, that I can see, it doesn't, I like the full screen, right? I like, the only time that we use, here, I'll be switching scenes here, but we use a full screen for like Final Fantasy, and for our main games, it's black because there's nothing up there. We use the alternate screens for like our retro games because they're usually like a smaller resolution and they don't fit on the screen as a whole. So I use this setup, and this setup right here would be great if like for one of these. So one of these top ones I think would be great for the alternate setup, right? Because I could make those adjustments and it would look pretty good. I like that a lot, but I don't want this for my full screen. So we might I don't know. I might make some changes to it. I don't have to use everything, but anyway. Also funny in that you are something of a fan of a Final Fantasy VII anti-fan. Yeah, I think that's a good description too. Anti-fan seems like anti-hero from comic books. Yeah, I don't hate Final Fantasy VII. I just think it's extremely overrated. That's really all, right? And maybe that's just as bad, but anyway. So this is something that I've been considering as well. And then last but not least, I really like this a lot. I think it's this one. I like these a whole lot. But again, we get the whole like weird retro thing going on. You know what I mean? Like, it's animated, it's cool. It's also neat because I'm old, right? Like, you got the Atari vibe. This is straight like old stand-up arcade, Atari. Like, I love this stuff. And so this is more like retro, which I think is cool. I really do like the scenes. It's like very Tron aesthetic too. I love me some Tron. And so I like this. And so yeah. And then there was another one that I was thinking of too. I don't know what this one is. I don't even remember. Oh yeah, I like this one too because it's very like cyberpunky. It's animated, but it doesn't have much in the way of like, I don't know. This one is more minimalistic, I suppose. So I really do like the aesthetic. I think the reason I was iffy on this one is because I couldn't look close enough to see it was AI generated. It doesn't look AI generated, right? Like some of this stuff looks like it was either hand designed but I can't see it close enough, and that kind of bugs me. So I wanted to look through some reviews. I don't want to use AI art on my stream. I'm not a fan, okay, for so many reasons. I'm not a fan of AI, and I'm certainly not a fan of AI art. So yeah, I think this is one of the reasons that I was looking at this one too. Or because there's only like 2 reviews as well. I don't even know. Awesome work, love it. No comment. Like I don't know. So I don't even know if there's an artist listed on here. So I really couldn't tell you. I don't know. But that was one of the ones that I was considering using too. So I think as we get closer, probably July timeframe, I'll probably put a link in the Discord and kind of, if I can't make a decision, maybe I'll put it up to a quick poll or a vote and then just have it going for the month. But yeah, so that's what we're looking at. Go away. No one. That's what we're looking at. This one, I think, it says animated and fully customizable. I like that. I think I like having the customization options. If I was going to pick one, it's probably going to be either between this one here or actually, I think I saw one pulled up. It's between this one here and this one here. I think I just like these. This one for obvious reasons. I think they're both, I don't know, obvious, but this one fits the more Final Fantasy theme. Also, it matches the Final Fantasy VII alerts that we have. And this one, because I think it looks cooler. Honestly, I just think it looks really neat. So yeah. That's where we're at. I have not, we're like almost an hour into the stream and I've not dropped a single network frame. We've not had a single dip. We've not had a single disconnect. I think Andy might have saved the stream again as far as having like no problems. We are, I will say we are dropping into like the 16,000 bit rate. Now, if you open, see how will that go? I know that's what I don't know. That's why I'm like, I'm not hesitant, but you know, hesitant, I suppose. I am hesitant because I don't know, worried. You know, I think it's just like more frustrating than anything else. The only meaningful test is to see what Fan Daniel's up to. Is that that's what we need to do? It's ruining it for me. He's like, you cannot ruin my plans, Warrior of Light, if you cannot log into the world. But that doesn't explain the front mission issues. That doesn't explain that one. Maybe the Zaftrans are sabotaging my OBS connection. Like I said, we are getting a little wonky though. We're dipping into like the 16,000 kilobyte per second. We just jumped all the way up to like 18,600 kilobyte per second, which is really weird because again, my streaming bitrate right now is capped to 18,000. I don't know how it's jumping above that limit. Maybe it sees it as more of a suggestion than a hard rule, but you have to prove that you are stronger. Azim's whole thing is summoning heroes from beyond. Yeah, well, he's failing me. What do you have working in the background? When I stream, nothing. Nothing. The only thing I have pulled up when I stream is obviously the game, OBS, Streamlabs or Streambot, excuse me, StreamerBot, and then usually like a Opera GX tab or window. You summoned me to recommend IPv4, and now you have the strength you need, hopefully. You know, my OBS dropped my microphone settings today. I wonder if it... No, that's right. That didn't change, which is good. And that didn't change, which is good. So apparently it just didn't like my my microphone. Oh, you gave me a heart attack when you said Streamlabs. Oh yeah, no. I don't have Streamlabs open. Sorry. I have yeah, OBS, StreamerBot, the game, obviously, and then usually a Windows, or not a Windows tab, but an Internet tab. I use Opera GX because I can limit my. I will say that when I'm playing, I have a crap ton of tabs open, but again, none of that should affect like the internet issue. That I'm not having disconnects on like. The only thing that is currently affected is OBS. Like the stream itself is the only thing that's having issues, right? I'm not disconnecting from games. I'm not having network drops like on my home network. Nothing is dropping. I'm not having rendering issues or encoding issues. I don't have OBS or not OBS. I don't have NVIDIA. I have AMD, and yeah, everything's auto updated. You have no, I don't care about that. Everything's good. My drivers are all good. Everything's as good as it's going to get. The only thing that's been having issues is, in fact, it is OBS. That's it. So I don't know. I really don't. But I mean, Andy, I didn't know this. You know, in my dumb head, right? Like, and you'd think I would have known, but I just don't. I had IPv6. Firstly, a while ago, I had it set to just like IPv4 and IPv6, and then I just had it to the default IP set, right? Whatever it is, the IP bind IP, right? I just had it set to the default, and then I started having some disconnect issues, so I ended up changing it. And I think at first I changed it to IPv4 and I think I changed it to IPv6 and then bound it to a specific IP. And that fixed the problems for a long time. Like I didn't have any issues. You know, I've mentioned it before, but every once in a while when OBS updates, it takes like a day or so for things to settle down. So I'll have weird stuff happening, but nothing as bad as this. This is since the last OBS update. It's been 3 weeks and I've had like just continuous drops, and sometimes it will sometimes my bitrate will just plummet, like go down to 0 and pop back up. Sometimes the stream will disconnect and it takes a few cycles to fix itself, but usually it'll fix itself on like the 4th attempt to reconnect. And then sometimes once it reconnects, it'll fix itself. The bitrate will jump right back up and it won't be a problem. And then other times it'll say I'm reconnected, but my bitrate is still at 0. And the problem with that is that OBS still thinks I'm streaming. It'll still say I'm live. It'll still say everything. But when I stop the stream, OBS just stops working. And then I have to close OBS and restart it. And then on top of that, sometimes when it disconnects, it won't even try to reconnect. It'll just say like I couldn't connect to the server at all. And it will then I have to restart the stream. I don't have to close OBS when that happens. I just have to restart the stream. Either way, it's annoying. Do you run OBS as admin or just regular admin? Always. You haven't updated OBS in a year. I'm an early adopter when it comes to updates, right? I will get the earliest update possible just because, right? Like, because if I don't, I'll forget about it mostly. But it does kind of seem lately, especially with OBS, it's like, maybe I should just wait a little bit. Because for whatever reason, every time I seem to update OBS, it decides to freak out. And I don't know. But right now, like I said, we've been streaming for 58 minutes, 57 minutes and 50 seconds have I been live. And we've not dropped a single network frame, not one. We've streamed 626,000 frames across the network and haven't dropped a single one. So maybe Andy fixed it with the IPv4 thing. But that was what I was saying before, is that sometimes, like, in my head I was just like, okay, IPv6, I'll switch to that. And then Andy was like, why don't do that? Because apparently it's unstable or whatever. It has a lot of compatibility issues, which is weird. Zaria, I'm usually trying to update everything, but I've heard some updates for OBS were so shit that I stopped myself from updating it. Yeah, I was telling Andy the other day, I really can't be mad at OBS because it's a free program that I've been using for 3 years, nearly every day. And like, I can't be mad that this free program that I'm using isn't perfect, you know? I think it's a sign, 58 minutes of confidence, only one way to move forward, fully confident. You're right. You're right. You know, I have no idea. I don't know how to change my title. I don't do that often. This is not my biggest fear, but this is my biggest hiccup as a streamer, I suppose. I hate changing things in the middle of a stream. I hate doing it. I would rather like close the stream and restart it. But if I close the stream and restart it, that doesn't actually that doesn't do the test that I want. So I think we'll find a way. Set category, Final Fantasy 14 online. And then I do set title, I think works the same way. I know how to do it through Stream Manager. I've done that before. I have done it. I just don't like to. I think I also have yeah, the chat command is set category. Thank you. Set game, set title. I think I have that for a different one. So let's try that really quick. Let us go ahead and set game to, you said Final Fantasy 14 on, yeah, I don't know why it typo that. Set game to Final Fantasy 14 online. Boom. Hey, look at that. It worked. And then set title to, I don't know what I usually have it as. Hey, look, it changed everything. It changed my Twitch. Wow, it all worked. Look at that. Who would have thought? Now we'll see if this works. That can go away. Kind of. Close the whole thing. Praise. Praise. Okay, we just opened 27 million tabs. Did that change anything? Nope, not a darn thing. Didn't even encode or render any. Well, I'm not actually streaming anything, so nothing changed on this screen. But it would have changed my graphic. So anyway, which YouTube details? Let's do this. Control C. I forget what this is titled. It's called Death Unto Dawn, right? Death Unto Dawn. What a cool title. Death Unto Dawn. The title, Shadowbringers, Death Unto Dawn, Dragoon. See if that works. It worked in Stream Elements. Does it work in... It changed it there. Let's see if it changes it on YouTube. I'm going to be AFK shortly driving south. That's okay. I'm going to be AFK for a second to use the restroom. Okay. But the stable stream makes me happy. It makes me happy too. Like I said, not a single issue. I'm going to turn on game capture really quick and turn off my screen capture because I have to log in to Final Fantasy XIV, and not that I think you're going to assume my password from the stars in the chat, but you know, safety and all. Watch you both walk away and we're screaming for Andy. The stream will be my car audio. Oh, nice. You're going to be with us in spirit. That's right. I got to open my authenticator. Hold on. Open Sesame. Boom. Andy, drive north. North, Andy. It's you. You were too far south. Game chat capture should pick up immediately because it's already set. It was set there yesterday. Oh yeah, you can see it. Look at our icon. Boom. Look at that. We'll see if we have sound in just a moment. Can't tell. We do. All right, that's all easy. I know how to do. I do that all the time. Okay. Give me riding home. Yeah, there you go. What a title to drive home to. I'm gonna step. Actually, let's get in a queue. I'm sure there's a queue. There's always a queue. There we go. I was like, why won't you please recognize me? There's good old Dion. Yeah, there we go. 24 players in the queue. Hey, look. Michael, I love Michael Bublé. Back later, Godspeed, words of light. You too, Andy. I like how you've been highly encouraging me to play 5-5, and you're like, as soon as I load Final Fantasy XIV, you're like, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Don't care what you're doing. I'm driving home. Just kidding. Be safe, Andy. I'm going to step away and use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back, and then we'll continue. We're in. Are you out of Pokeballs? Might need a stronger Pokeball. Yeah. It's okay. I think you get it's a 50%, it's a 30 or 33% chance to catch with a Pokeball, an 80 or a 50% with a Great Ball, and then an 80% with an Ultra Ball. Oh man. I turned on my monitoring, my mic monitoring. Now I can hear myself talk. One, I hate the sound of my own voice. And two, it's kind of disorienting when you're talking and you can hear yourself at the same time. Weird. How do I use a different Pokeball? What do I type? If you use Pokecatch Great Ball, space Great Ball, or Pokecatch space Ultra Ball, I think it's all one word. You should be fine. Okay, turning off mic monitoring now. It's good to know that it works, I guess. You have to buy them, though. It works even if it's 2 words. Oh, cool. There you go. Yeah. That's how you buy them. Yep. You have to buy Pokeballs, too, but they're the cheapest. You can also buy them in the panel. So if you're watching, I think even on mobile, there should be a button you can press that opens up some of the panels or opens up certain panels or modules. What do they call them? Add-ons, edition. I don't know what they are anyway. But perfect. You can't buy the Premier Balls. You get 1 Premier Ball for every 10 Pokeballs you buy. But the Premier Ball isn't something that you buy generally. What was I saying? Anyway, you can also use the tab down at the bottom. It should work. But that's just the way to do it in chat. All right, 555. Let's do this. Are we in 555 or 556? Is it? It is 555 in this one. I don't know why. I don't know what the difference is. I don't know why some of them are 555 or some of them are 0.55 and some of them are 0.56. I don't know what the difference is. But anyway, there's only 3 quests, so I imagine we're just going to be watching a crap ton of cutscenes. So if we have any kind of network disconnect, I guess I can kind of pause a cutscene. I can press Y, but anyway. Let's go. What did we do last time? So Fandaniel and, well, Xenos and Fandaniel are kind of working together. I feel like they're really just using each other for their own means, which, you know, bad guys are wont to do. But Fandaniel has summoned these towers all throughout Eorzea and Doma, pretty much everywhere around the world. And they seem to be housing lunar versions of primals that we've already encountered. So Fandaniel was like using Lunar Bahamut. We just fought, or we didn't fight him, but we saw Lunar Ifrit in one of the other towers, and it seems that that is the case. So something is enthralling the people. Garlemald is using something to enthrall people, and then they're forcing those people to summon their own primals. And then because the people are enthralled to Garlemald, the primals are enthralled to Garlemald and therefore are doing their bidding as well. It's kind of a weird chain of circumstances, but we don't know what's doing the initial enthrallment. It seems a little bit different. We don't know how it's if it's being done artificially. My theory is that like Garlemald is also a primal of some kind. It isn't the first time that a city itself has been an icon or a primal or whatever, right? Alexander itself is essentially a city summon, right? So it could have something to do with that. It could be completely disconnected, unrelated, but we'll see. So yeah, that's where we are. That's where we are. The company we keep. Alizé can tell you are itching to take the fight to the Telephoroi. That's probably it. Telephoroi. Oh, also the last thing that happened is Cryle has mentioned to go seek assistance from Charlia. The last pronunciation is right. Thank you. Sometimes I just have to say it until it sounds right. Telephoroi. But so Cryle has gone off to seek them. They seem to be a like non-partisan non-participant, non-biased, non-participant. They don't take part in any of the world's wars. They don't side with Garlemald. They don't side with Eorzea. They're essentially just a bunch of researchers. That's what they want to stick to. But their island disappeared. Like an island disappeared like forever ago. I think the second expansion, it was before Moonbria showed up, and I think that was in Heavensward. So sometime like between, I think, A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, Charlayan Island just kind of disappeared, and they haven't really touched on that. Andy says it's extra, like not bonus content, but it's like side content that I guess I didn't do. So that might be something that I want to do soon. Maybe not on stream, but at some point I would like to check that out, because they don't seem to have paid it any mind, and it hasn't been mentioned until like right now. So we'll see. What do you got for us, Alizé? Alphino and Alizé are still my favorite characters, I think, in these games. They're just great. So much character development, so much characterization. I really like them. Dion, you're looking well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. If you came hoping for tidings from Cryo, I'm afraid we're still waiting, but we do have some odd scraps of news to share. Scraps, she says. Lunar primals have been popping up all over the place, but the Alliance has the situation well in hand, thanks in no small part to Hori Boulder and the others. That's something that I did forget to mention. These lunar primals don't seem to have the same enthralling effects that they have as the other ones do. So it seems like people, I say normal people, but individuals without the Echo, or without Heidelin's blessing, they can fight these primals without, having to worry about being enthralled, which is very useful, because the Scions, well, the Warrior of Light can't be everywhere at once, and there's only so many individuals with the Echo. In fact, even amongst the Scions, the only 3 people that have had the Echo so far have been Dion, the Warrior of Light, the Warrior of Light, my Warrior of Light is Dion, Minfilia, who is no longer with us, and Kryl. Actually, Kryl has the Echo. And then there's some others that have aided us in the past, but those are the only 3 Scions, as far as I know, that I can recall have the Echo. Anyway, meanwhile, talks with the Beast Tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Uldah's progress with the Amalja, Gridania has opened negotiations with the Ixal, believe it or not. All of which is obviously very encouraging. But with the Telophoroi, still out there, it's not as if we can afford to lower our guard. No, we can never lower our guard. I like this simplistic outfit, or this armor. I really like the hoods. I think they're pretty cool. But yeah, I like this. It's very well put together. Begging your pardon. This is a resistance herald. Begging your pardon, but I come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. A council meeting is due to be held in Alamigo, and your attendance is humbly requested. We were just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda? I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments and discuss what measures might be taken to combat the Telophoroi. In concert with our new allies, the Beast Tribes have also been invited. It is hoped that they will join us in the fight against our common foe. Can the first order of business to be to stop calling them the Beast Tribes? I don't know if that's ever going to change, but it is constantly bugging me, right? I don't know. Come up with something else. Comparing them to actual beasts seems very insensitive, and I don't like it. So the Alliance would bring all of the Beast Tribes into the fold at a single stroke. An ambitious plan, given the delicacy of the negotiations, but mayhap an expedient one, considering the threat we face. I guess kind of the good news, I say good news, but something that we don't really have to contend with is that the other tribes don't really interact with each other much, right? Like the Ixtal are kind of isolated to Gridania, the Amalja are kind of isolated to Uldah, the Sahajin are isolated to Laminza. So there's very little risk, I guess, of inviting them all to the same place, because it's not like they're going to team up to fight us. You know, we're all kind of fighting our own little skirmishes and wars. Are we inviting the dragons? I feel like the dragons should be there, right? Especially now that we've released Tiamat and have allowed, like, not allowed, but we've accepted that they kind of have their own thing. Ishgard and the Dragon Song War, I mean, that was a big deal. I feel like the dragons should be there too. Does Doma have any? I don't. Oh, they had the, well, kind of the Kojin, right? The red Kojin tribe, but they seem to have kind of stopped since after Garlemald had left Doma. They haven't really caused any issues that I know of. Could you consider the Kojin to be a quote-unquote beast tribe? Again, I don't like that word. What can we call them? What are we gonna call them? What can I call them? Non-human tribes? That doesn't seem, that sounds non-inclusive as well. Man, maybe I just need to get over it. But I don't think, there's got to be something better. In the timers tab, it's called Allied Societies.
Who's that Pokemon?
That's fair. But that doesn't really, I don't. Maybe you just call them allied tribes. I guess I could just call them other tribes. I don't know, tribe, anyway. I'm looking for an inclusive word. I guess the allied societies do work. Maybe that gets rid of the tribe moniker as well. Allied societies. I can get around that. It's a lot of words. It's a lot of, like, syllables, but it's fine. We've got the Eorzean Alliance and the Allied Societies. I can deal with that. It's fine. Indeed, my lady. And for their part, thank you, Zaria. I appreciate that. And for their part, I am told the Beast Tribes have agreed to attend. If the Scions too are present, all of Eorzea will be represented. Love it. When was the term Allied Society introduced? Does it some, like, you can spoil it for me if you want. Do we just call them the Beast Tribes forever? Like, is that just what's written consistently? Or do they shift at some point? To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an... I think it's been mentioned before. Actually, I think yesterday somebody brought it up. Somebody in canon, like in the story, in the dialogue, brought it up about calling them something else. I'm not sure it was just in the timers tab. Got it. Thank you. To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically, but practically. Pray inform the Alliance that we would be honored to participate. We shall make for Alamigo without delay. Then I will bear your answer thither with all haste. We look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace. I mean, we could really just go with them if there's no delay, then we'd just be leaving at the same time. You can't get there any faster than now. Well, in this game, that's not true. The Warrior of Light always seems to show up just too late and just on time. If that makes any sense at all. Somehow everyone beats him to the location that we're going, but nothing happens until we get there. So I guess it all works out. Well, now that we've accepted the invitation, who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and Y'shtola lead our contingent. Given how long you have worked in summoning, it is only right that you be present for what promises to be a historic moment. I think we've all played our part in that little endeavor, don't you, Dion? Wow, look at them referring to me as my name. That's kind of nice. All present may rightly claim a seat. I do quite agree. But by your leave, I believe I shall remain here, and lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. Aymeric will be there, and I'd rather not be interrogated. Very well then. While those with a mind to hold the fort get on with holding it, I suggest the rest of us make for Alamigo. Shall we? I like how the Scions are kind of growing. You know, we haven't really lost anyone lately. Minfilia was the last one that we lost. And then since then, we've pretty much gained Alizé, and then at the same time, nearly, we've gained Grahatia and Estinian, which is nice. So I always thought that the Scions should grow. we have like other, I guess, I don't know, Scions. What do they call the Scion adjacent members? Like what is Hoary Boulder? What are those guys? For a while, Alphino was creating the Crystal Braves, which I thought was really cool, but that went up in flames. That was a a terrible travesty. But what are they also called? They're not called Scions, right? I always assumed the Scions were the main company and then the others were just, I don't think they had a specific name. Yeah, that's weird too. They're like Scion adjacent. They're obviously working with and / for the Scions, but they're not Scions. I don't know. Maybe they are. And I don't know. Maybe I should get over titles. Maybe who cares what they're called, right? They are who they are. I just feel like when I talk a lot, it's nice to have things to reference, groups to reference, people to reference. Hello, Kieran. Our first mount to show up today. We have been expecting you. While some few guests have yet to arrive, the Alliance leaders are all present. Shall I show you in? Yes, please. Oh, wow, it didn't even ask me. It just did it. That's nice. I guess it's because this probably isn't a place that you can usually step into. Hey. Look at them all. Oh, little one. You need to go outside? Give me a second, okay? After this cutscene, I will let you out.
Esteemed
hey, Lucio.
Guests, you honor us with your presence.
How did...
As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
How did Death Note go last night?
Information on our taken brethren. You
Tuned in briefly, but I had to go to bed. That's Momicon meeting real quick. Got you tabbed. You weren't you playing Death Note last night? Then you streamed Death Note? Or was it this morning? I think it was last night.
Beyond forgiveness, these featherless ones are. With rivers of blood shall they pay. Freed our people must be.
We too would see your
Death
kin
Note.
liberated, but ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering.
Am I wrong?
Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers.
I didn't ask. I was just asking how it was. Anyway, I hope Momicon, your meeting goes well. I'll be here.
If all else fails,
Played
I've
Yu-Gi-Oh!
always
last
found
night. Is that what it was?
cannonballs quite effective.
Getting your butt pumped.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Ow. Would have thought they would have been the voice of reason.
Y'shtola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
I mean, we have a very long time.
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome.
Good old Mary Emmerich. Emmerich Poppins. This guy is just the best, isn't he? Just perfect. Has he ever done anything wrong in his life? Has he ever said anything bad about anyone ever? I don't think so. Is that how the Sahajin show?
I beg your pardon?
Is that how they show agreement?
What is it, Sir Walker? Do not express your passion thus.
It's just emoting, essentially.
Pretty will outdo, perhaps. Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
Sahagin? They don't. It's not a Jin. It's again Sahagin.
Kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers
remember that.
committed
Sahagin.
against us in the past. But today we look to the future as allies united in purpose.
So cool. Look at them all.
Make mock of the Ixal the Paragon does. Turns kin into puppets. Pits brother against brother. Free them from his grasp, we shall.
I bet Oriange would love talking to these
As
guys.
Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept, we accept. Praise me.
Praise be. I wish I could tell you something funny about Amric, but I wouldn't be able to tell you until you do a good part of Endwalker. Hopefully we'll be there soon. You can share it if you want to. Like I said, I don't mind spoilers. I think we do have quite a few people watching now, though.
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals.
I'm
that Minfilia were here to see it.
I'm really glad that this is happening. I'm always for, like, you know, alliances and coming to terms, you know, peace talks and forming partnerships and friendships and relationships, and I think this is great, right? The fact that it's happening so quickly really does seem like these guys are bought in, right? These are the leaders of their respective tribes or societies, and they're just like, yeah, I'm all for it. Let's go kick some primal butt. These Ascians suck. Like, let's do it. And one, I mean, it could be really just the sense, like they've all been enthralled for a long time, right? I think that's what the 5.4 was really getting at when we cured, well, 5.3, no, 5.4, when we cured the kobolds of enthrallment, like in 5.5 when we cured Tiamat of hers, right? So it's very much a possibility that like this primal influence was really affecting their behavior for so long, and you know, it's like kind of a top-down situation. If your leaders are completely mind-addled, you know, their subjects are going, I say subjects, but you know, their societies are going to be as well. It's just, it seems very unrealistic, you know. Like, I'm happy, I'm glad that it's happening, but they just seem really bought in very quickly. So I'm a little worried that's all going to come crashing down at some point, but whatever. It's fiction, right? It's supposed to be a happy ending in this case, so I'll just roll with it. It's more something funny, but you won't be able to see it until after. Okay, got it. I'm looking forward to it then. Anything with Amric, I'm looking forward to.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them.
So it's
that which we call a primal.
It's important here. Earlier I mentioned that the primals themselves aren't enthralling people. It's not the primals, it's the towers. For whatever reason, like I said, Garlemald has gained this ability to enthrall people, and then they're using the people to summon the primals. It's not, as Alphino says here, it's not the primals enthralling, it's Garlemald itself. Fandaniel is doing something weird. We don't know what it is yet. I'm hoping to figure, or hopefully we'll figure it out soon. But obviously that could very well be a big plot point in Walker once we get there. I'm not sure, but it's not the primals themselves that's enthralling people. It's Garlemald. It's the towers.
Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
I also really like... I'm sorry I keep interrupting, but what's the point of streaming if I'm not going to talk about things? I really like how they're characterizing the different allied societies, like the kobolds. Like this, they're not treating them as, you know, the beast tribes. They're not treating them as like lesser intelligent or like less I say lesser intelligent, as less intelligent or like less advanced or less like civilized, right? They're treating them as if they have their own unique cultures, which is obviously super important, and they're giving them room to like speak and provide their input, and I like that a lot. I felt a little iffy, like even during the Alexander quest with some of the kobolds that we interacted with acted kind of like childlike in a way. But I really think they're really bumping it up here a little bit, and I like that. So childlike doesn't mean stupid, right? You could say the same thing about Lalafelans.
However, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them.
Right, the Lalafelans look childlike too, but that doesn't make them any less capable. And it's, you know, very close-minded to treat them as such. I'm close-minded, so I do. I think Lalafelans are ridiculous, but...
of keeping our enemy at bay,
just kidding.
We would do well
Kind
to
of.
coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to
Hey,
assist
Dan.
our neighbors when needed.
How's it going, friend? How's your weekend been?
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
We're doing well so far. Feeling good today. Andy might have helped us fix our disconnect issues, so we're feeling good there. I'm about to finish up
What are we to call this proud
Shadowbringers today, so...
I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
Oh man, am I gonna name the... What am I naming? Yeah, I'm with you, Dion. My goodness. I would call it the Grand Company of Eorzea. I would call it... One moment, please. The Grand Company of Eorzea. I mean, it's good as any, right? My weekend has been good. I had a barbecue at my friend's house on Friday, and I had my first ever sleepover at his place. Like, this is your first time ever sleeping over at someone's house, or this is your first time sleeping over at his house? And what'd you have for barbecue? I think your idea of barbecue and my idea of barbecue are probably very different things, but they might not be.
But that's the name I...
Open up.
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
First time ever having sleepover.
United
Nice.
in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Sleepovers were and are always fun.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
The Grand Company of Eorzea. Huh. Look at Alpha. Oh, look at him. Oh, man. So happy for Alphino.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
You guys do the typical sleepover stuff. You stay up late, eat trash food, watch trash TV or movies. All right, that was a good little scene. Good old Alphino. I don't know, we had different kinds of meat, but I don't know what we had exactly. Barbecue is what Google Translate calls it. I believe you. I was just picking on you, really. You have like hot dogs and hamburger stuff. And different kinds of meat. Steak, chicken, pork, shrimp, shrimp on the Barbie. Bratwurst. Probably had, I mean, bratwurst seems like a good choice. Sausage. Is to grill a verb? It is. We use it all kinds of things, but yes, grill is to grill is a verb actually. Grilling, grilled. Yep, will grill. It's also technically an adjective. It can be used as an adjective as well. If something is grilled. Okay, well, now that we are out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you will forgive me if I speak my mind. Sure. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, and that I was as heartened as anyone to see the peoples of Eorzea pledge their solidarity, yet even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was the conflict to come, of the sacrifices that would be made, and the lives lost, inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. Hair on my face. But at least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step, the first of many. Many and more. I think I've made this theory before. Andy can correct me when he gets back if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that... So if my theory is correct, I know that I've made this one, is that like Endwalker is going to take place in Garlemald. I'm pretty sure that's where like the majority of Endwalker is going to take place, right? Is in Garlemald, or at least a part of it, kind of how we split up with like Doma and Alamigo in Stormblood. I feel like at least a good portion of Endwalker is going to be in Garlemald. And tied to that theory is I'm pretty sure we're going to lose the twins. Not to death. I think at least Alphino will choose to stay behind in Garlemald to Garlemald into that, and Alphino is probably going to be the catalyst for it. That's my going theory, so we'll see what happens. I don't know if both twins will stay. It feels like Alizé kind of seems like a wanderer to me to some extent, right? I don't know if she really has a place to call, like, place that she's ever called home. In fact, I think in my opinion, the place that she's felt closest to home maybe was the first, you know, when she had a job to do, when she was working with the people who were infected by the Sun Eater, the Sin Eaters, not Sun Eaters, the Sin Eaters, right? I think that's probably one of the first places she felt like she, you know, belonged, or at least had a place. I could be wrong about that, but that's kind of how I feel about Alizé. She just seems to wander a lot. But Alphino really, I think, has this desire to have a place called home. Like, he left Garlemald because Garlemald was, you know, not a great place to be. He came to Eorzea. He tried really hard to start the Crystal Braves. He's tried really hard to work with the Scions. He's tried really hard to, like, bring all of these societies together and really build alliances. And I think the next step for him would or should 100% be Garlemald. So if I had a guess, my guess would be that at least Alphino, if not both the twins, are going to do the same thing that Lys did and leave the Scions to go be the leaders of their respective homelands. Alamigo for Lys, Garlemald for the twins. That's my theory anyway. Now, you said in German, we'd literally just call it to grill. There's no noun for it. Therefore, having a barbecue would literally mean to translate as to grill. So it's just different types of grilled meat. We had pork, chicken, and some meat that gets wrapped around a stick, like a kebab. Sounds delicious. You don't know what the kebab was, you just ate it. You're like, whatever, it's on a stick. It's meat on a stick, I'll eat it. Nice. Yeah, to grill, barbecue, it's like... barbecue means... It's all the same thing. You're correct. It means the same thing here. Not a kebab, it's something entirely different. It's wrapped around a stick. Like, are you just, I mean, we have like spitted meat, like a spit that's like that rotates around the grill. Like shawarma is made that way, right? Kebab is more like burrito. Not the way we would call it. Kebab is like a skewer, like a kebab is usually meat and vegetables that are like grilled, right? Maybe I'm wrong. It looks like neither of us are wrong. It looks like it's just listed something different. If I could send you this image, I would. That's what I would consider a kebab. More Turkish or Middle East. What would we call? I know what you're talking about. Like a doner. You're talking about like a doner. A doner kebab would probably be something that I would refer to what you're referring to, right? Durham kebab definitely is. Or durum. Durum is the more the burrito like, is what I'm looking at right now. Doner, yeah. Yeah, doner kebab is the spitted meat that I was thinking of. And that's usually like put on a pita or wrapped up. I thought doner is called kebab in English. They might mean the same thing. I don't know what doner directly translates to, honestly. Let's see. This says, this sliced meat of a doner kebab may have served on a plate with various accompaniments, stuffed into pita or other types of bread as a sandwich, or wrapped in a thin flatbread, such as lavash or phyllo, known as durum, literally meaning roll or wrap in Turkish. Okay, so there you go. Durum is like that wrap. It's wrapped. Yeah. Cool. It also has another in Mexico they do that a lot too. I think it's like al pastor is on a spit like that, but it's got a different word for it. Spitted. Trompo. A trompo is what those are called. I think it's the same kind of concept. Like a doner is on a it like rotates around a fire. Trompo is the same concept. It's just a different word for it in a different language. There we go. Now we're all more educated. Sorry. Anyway, mini and more. So did you have, you said it's some kind of meat. Was it a gyro? Like a lamb beef mix? Elder Seedseer, how might we be of service? I seek Master Alphinaud's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have long kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade, and better to predict the coming of primals, and so you'll be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ash Crown Consortium. Excuse me, I have the hiccups. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Do you know shish kebab? What we had was similar. See, it's really funny that you say shish kebab, because that's exactly what I was thinking is like the spitted meat. I just didn't add the shish to it. But I didn't know that was a type of meat. I figured that was just the the way it was presented, right? Meat, vegetable, meat, vegetable, meat, vegetable. Shish kebab, that's what it's called in English. I mean, that's what we call it here in America. Shish and kebab, neither of those are like English words, right? So it's like, yes, that's what it would be called, but it's not because they're English words. It's just we use that word because that's what they're called. But yes, but a shish kebab is usually either lamb or beef. So I don't know what you had. Again, that's the style of food, not the type of meat. It's like I could say I had tacos, but that doesn't really, well, for you, I don't know what you call a taco, but in general, I could say I had tacos, but then you're like, what kind of tacos? That you have beef or chicken or shrimp or pork or, you know, barbacoa or whatever, fish. So many different things you can shove inside a taco. Same thing with like a kebab. It's usually beef or lamb, but you can kebab whatever you want, I suppose. All right, through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. I would never have thought that it's called kebab too. Yep. We don't usually change the name of foods too much. Because we have so many different foods here, we usually just call it what it is, right? Like shawarma, for example, like it's just shawarma. Burritos, tacos, those aren't English words. They're just the Spanish word that we, you know, use. We pronounce them funny, I imagine, but I think we just use words, similar words. Ingredients, on the other hand, usually have like various meanings, right? Beef for us is not what you would call beef, or chicken or pork. Like, you know, those would be called different things, but we usually just adopt the native word for dishes to the best of my knowledge, anyway. Communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so, it is our hope that we may make use of the Sylph's established lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Question of the day. Do you know how to swim? I do know how to swim, yes. Yet there remain certain practical differences between a trade consortium and a grand company. If the Sylphs are to perform their task effectively, they will require the counsel of one versed in the operational aspects of an armed force. I can at least swim enough not to drown. I'm not like an Olympic swimmer or anything by that means, but I can get from point A to point B as long as it's within my range of endurance. An armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphino. I know that it was a painful chapter in your life. Hey, we were just talking about the Crystal Braves, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves, which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception, one intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. But my plans all came to naught. Built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests, and I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Mayhap I ask too much of you. Not at all. You may count upon my assistance for what little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report, including a list of recommendations drawing on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphino, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance and the earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt but that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the Telophoroi and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends. I would say that swimming... I wish I could swim better. I also wish that I had a place more local that I could swim in, because I really do think swimming is like a great form of exercise. Probably one of the best forms of exercise, actually. It's incredibly low impact, so like body type, like every body type can use it for more or less. It requires like a ton of coordination, so you know you're building a lot of different muscle groups and your body's working together in ways that it wouldn't normally, and it's crazy high or crazy good for endurance, which is also lovely. So good for heart health, good for cardiovascular and such. Swimming is great. I wish I just did it more. All right, before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I should like to hear. Former Braves, you understand? Might you join me in seeking them out? As if you have to ask. I can't think of an excuse not to. So yes. We call shish kebab shashlik, which is also the Russian term because that's where that's from. But doner kebab or durum is Turkish. Yep. So I never thought they'd both be a kebab in English. I mean, doner kebab is... We would just call it a kebab in, like... I would say kebab is a general term for, like, spitted meat and vegetables, right? It's just kind of meat on a stick, you know? And then doner, we would use, like, that's used in a lot of Middle Eastern restaurants and stuff. Like, if you're ordering that at a restaurant, you'll probably see it listed as, check your frame. What frame? Frame outside? Did something die? Check your frames. Oh, I have not dropped a single frame. I am still at 100%. Well, I'm at 0% drop frames. I'm 100. The stream paused for a second for me. Oh, I am not showing anything on my side. I have dropped 0 network frames and I've transmitted 1.2 million since we started. So it looks like IPv4 for the win, as Andy said. But thank you for the shout out. Thank you for checking. Sorry to... I'm happy and sorry to say that it's just you. In this case. I don't wish that you have issues, but I'm glad it's not me. For the first time in weeks, I could say that. So... hopefully it stays that way. For me, not for you. Hopefully it's good on your end. But yeah, and then... Durum, I'm familiar with shawarma. Durum is not something that I think I've heard colloquially. I think that's something that I've used to order or eaten or anything ever. We would call it like shawarma. I've eaten shawarma plenty of times. I've had shawarma in the Middle East, actually. I've eaten a lot of stuff, but yeah, so kebab would be something spitted. We call it here, we call it like a gyro. We would just call it gyro. But gyro is that type of meat. Usually for us, it's served on like a pita. But you can usually get a gyro sandwich, which is like a pita wrap with gyro in it, or you can get just a gyro plate, which is usually served like with rice and salad and such. Tzatziki sauce is delicious. But yeah, over here, pretty much anything that's not Mexican that's wrapped in a tortilla, we just call a wrap. I know that sounds really stupid, but like tortillas are used a lot in America now for all kinds of things that they probably shouldn't be used for. So if it's not a taco and it's not a burrito, we would usually just call it a wrap. Whereas durum is probably the closest relation to it. But yeah, durum is not something that I've personally heard. It could be used more frequently at other places. I don't know, but either way, I'm sure I would eat the crap out of it. I love Middle Eastern food, Mediterranean. I love food in general. There's the only type of food that I am not partial to is Thai food, and it's just because I don't like palm oil or palm sugar. I just don't like it, and everything in Thai food has one of those two things. So okay, thank you. As someone who witnessed the Order's rise and fall, yours would be a reassuring presence. I'll join you. If you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades, it will be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. Interesting, I had a thing called Crunch Wrap at that Mexican restaurant without any Mexicans. Talking about Taco Bell? A Crunch Wrap Supreme? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's just like anything wrapped in a tortilla, we would call a wrap. In that case, the Crunch Wrap, I don't think exists anywhere but Taco Bell. I think that is actually might actually be one of the few original things that Taco Bell's ever done. Granted, they combine things in a way that probably should never be combined, but they're delicious, so whatever. I like Thai food, but after finding out I've developed a peanut allergy, I can't even eat it safely. Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, they definitely use a lot of peanuts in Thai dishes. Vietnamese too tends to use a lot of peanuts. Yeah, that's really unfortunate because they definitely, that sounds bad to say, but most restaurants, cross-contamination like that happens very easily. Probably have to end up making it yourself. That's a bummer, I'm sorry. Mayhap Graha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. I thought I had a peanut allergy for a long time. Like, I would have reactions when I ate peanut... I didn't usually eat peanuts, but when I ate peanut butter, I would have, like, reactions. But I don't know if I, like, outgrew it or if it was maybe something else other than the peanuts that were in peanut butter. I couldn't tell you, but now I can eat them just fine and don't have any issues. So, no idea. Chinese food had a lot too. Really? I didn't. Chinese food, from my experience, uses a lot of like cashews, like cashews is nuts, but maybe peanuts are used as like a cheap alternative. I don't know. It wasn't Taco Bell. It was sold at a small restaurant at the local mall. I don't know what it's called, but it's not part of a big restaurant chain. Oh, interesting. I wonder if, I don't know what the crunch wrap would be. Was it just like a corn tortilla wrapped, like stuffed with stuff and then wrapped in a flour tortilla? All right, then maybe Graha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. But they might have copied it. Kind of sounds like it, but I don't know without knowing what it is. We should be glad. I mean, it's the same name, but that doesn't mean anything. We should be glad of your company, Graha. I shall explain the details on the way. Great. Let's do it. And look at that. We got ourselves a little light party, too. Graha the tank, Alphino the healer, Alphino the DPS, and Dion the DPS. Nice little light party going on here. What do you got for us, Alize? So, what's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after that fateful day in Ul'dah, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to its inception to the failings that brought about its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might later be referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone, its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to be the crucial question, namely, why after the Crystal Braves disbanded did some members choose to remain with us while others did not? I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new grand company together. What is that little guy? What is that? I can't even see the person it's attached to. What are you? Just a little Reaper with a little eye guy attached to him. Is she the... Oh my goodness. I've not actually seen her yet, but is she from the Tower of the Dead? Is she the witch lady that I've been seeing? I've seen her feet. I think I've seen her. It's a minion. I mean, I know that's a minion, but I'm wondering, is it a minion of her? Because I feel like I've only seen her legs and her, like, her feet and her, like, the bottom of her dress, but I've not actually seen who it is. Palace of the Dead. Okay, thank you. I was like, I know it's a minion. I just want to know a minion of who. Anyway, who's she attached to? Someone in a cutscene? She's just chilling, hanging out there. And after this knowledge might help us to prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested. Great. That is my hope, yes, but the questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandon the cause would welcome my inquiries. I think Graha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept the faith. A fine suggestion. Have care, however. Certain of my former comrades are of questionable character, so keep your wits about you, and let us reconvene in Gridania later on. Bye. It was exactly what you described. Yeah, that sounds like if I were to make something called a crunch wrap, that's how I would make it too. So probably one of those by the NPCs. Yeah, I imagine so. Probably that guy right there. It's stuck in a cutscene. But okay, if you have no objections, I have a mind to begin by speaking with Riol and Alian. Alian. If memory serves, the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefing at Castrum Oriens. Let us seek them out there. Will do. Let's go. Off we go. There they are. Oh yeah, we helped her with something. I think I don't remember what it was, but we had I think it was a ether current quest that was attached to her. She's probably still out there. If we go out down this road, I bet we'll find another one of her out there. It's fine. Go. Is Riol the spy guy that I like? Maybe. Well, look what it is, and what brings you two here. Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? Kind of, actually. In a manner of speaking, I have been assigned a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. So, you want to know why we decided to stick with Scions, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that. As Rio will attest, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hope to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. Brian! Pop-Tarts. What kind of Pop-Tarts? I haven't had a Pop-Tart in so long. I'm an apple guy. There's some like apple Pop-Tarts that are pretty good. Hello. How are we, friend? Whatever makes you happy. You make me happy. And in spite of everything that happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away, but when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? What kind of Pop-Tarts make you happy? Nothing, that's what. As for me own tale, well, I've always felt the Scions have something in common with me old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. But as time's gone on, I've learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Hori Boulder to Mistress Tataru, we've all of us got something to offer. When I can't get the apple ones, I think blueberry are my favorite. Pretty boring, I suppose. Boring. I used to really like the brown sugar cinnamon ones. I think they are good, but they're very sweet. They're very sweet. Speaking of cinnamon, did you guys see that the Fruity Pebbles, they have a cinnamon pebbles now? So they had Fruity Pebbles, they have Cocoa Pebbles, and now they have cinnamon pebbles. I want to try them so bad. They sound delicious. Old-fashioned strawberry, nothing wrong with that. It's a classic for a reason. It never goes away, you know? And not one of us is doing it for personal gain, because we believe there's some important things than that, more important things than that, things worth protecting, which is what being a Scion's all about. I am at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me. Dion, could you give us your thoughts on the Crystal Braves? Why do you think the Crystal Braves ended in failure? Let's go with the first one. We kind of know why it ended in failure. People betrayed us. And then what are you going to do after that? Well, its founding ideals were something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed up with good intentions, there was another one who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a disparate band, and while I will never forgive Ilberd, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just a pity he was doing it all for the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions. We might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down, we've all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? Because Tataru sifted out all the glory hunters before they made it through the door. So I guess they are referring to themselves as Scions. Which is good. I don't think they should. Cinnamon Fruity Pebbles. I wonder, they're not fruity, right? They're like, I don't know what you would, it's the pebbles, right? They have, it's Post, right? I think Post is the one that owns them, but like that same brand, they have the Fruity Pebbles, and then they have Cocoa Pebbles, right? Which are chocolate.
Take roll here.
And now they have Cinnamon Pebbles.
Drink
water.
Dragon!
Become.
Cheers, friend. Cheers. How are we? What do I have today? I don't even know what I'm drinking. Maybe I could spell it. Oh yeah, today is the Raspberry Dreamsicle, which sounds incredible in theory, but not that good. So it's just cinnamon. Yeah, it's just cinnamon. I'm sure you could mix them if you want. Like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. You know what? That's exactly what Brittany said. And you're both just wrong. Okay, it's different. They're cinnamon pebbles. I don't know how they taste. I haven't had them. Good, just helping a friend on my EU character level up. How about you? Oh, nice. What are you leveling? That's like saying Fruity Pebbles are the same as Fruit Loops. No, okay, they're different. They're different, all right? Or like Cocoa Pebbles are the same as Cocoa Puffs. No, okay, they're not the same. They're different. Cinnamon Pebbles are not Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I don't know what they are. I haven't had them. So maybe they are, but I'm going to stick to no. Because I'm stubborn and I can. I'm leveling a Gladiator and they are leveling a Conjurer. Nice. So I'm leveling a Paladin right now. I was going to do Warrior because I was like, Warrior seems cool. But then I started the quest and they were talking about a bunch of like bloodshed and killing people with axes. And I was like, I don't want to do that. That sounds kind of mean. And so I switched. Oh wait, Gladiator is Paladin. Never mind. We're on the same page. Marauder is the one that turns into a warrior. Never mind. Disregard everything. Well, I mean, you can disregard it if you want to. It's irrelevant. But anyway, one is fruit. The other is fruit. They're different. They don't taste the same. I am, warrior is more like blood. Yes. Yeah, that's how it felt too. And I was like, man, I don't really like this. I don't really like it. I changed immediately. I think I got like 4 levels in and I was like, I just don't want to do it anymore. So I switched to a Paladin quick like and in a hurry. Anyway, I'm a generic cereal person. I think Malto Meal brand is great in almost everything except Captain Crunch. I don't think anyone can mimic the flavors of Captain Crunch. Captain Crunch itself with crunch berries is a flavor that can't be replicated. You know what I mean? That's my only concession. I buy generic cereal for everything except Captain Crunch. Sorry, one is less fruity. I don't know. They just taste different. They taste. You can't tell me that if you had a bowl of Fruity Pebbles and a bowl of Fruit Loops, you could eat them and be like, yeah, these taste exactly the same. One's just a pebble and one's a loop. They're different. Also, Fruity Pebbles, Cocoa Pebbles, and I assume now Cinnamon Pebbles, they're rice-based. It's a rice-based cereal, like Rice Krispies. They're owned by the same company, right? Or maybe not. I think Kellogg's owns Rice Krispies, and I think Post owns Fruity Pebbles, right? So, I mean, they're made with completely different ingredients. I assume Captain Crunch, or not Captain Crunch, but Cinnamon Toast Crunch is probably also like a wheat-based wafer thin thing, whereas Cinnamon Pebbles are going to be rice-based. So, different. It's like Chex. They have Chex corn, and then they have Chex rice. Different. Different, Brian. They're different. You hate the Captain? How dare you? Anyway, Dragon, I just stick to my Reese's Puffs when I want cereal. I don't like peanut butter mixed with things, unfortunately. I'll be lurking for a bit. Of course, Dragon. Of course. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for making sure I'm hydrated. Thank you for checking in. I hope that your leveling goes great. I love Captain Crunch, except what it does to the inside of my mouth. It's very painful. It's not a... I think the pain is part of it, though. It just makes the tail taste better. All right, Hunters for they made it through the door. Yeah, I see. So while our ranks comprised a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we are all united in purpose. I just don't like it. That's okay. You're allowed not to like it. I mean, you're allowed to be wrong. It's fine. I don't know what it is. It is very unique. I don't think Captain Crunch tastes like almost nothing else really. So I understand. It's some I know some like coffee places have made like a Captain Crunch style drink, and it usually has hazelnut in it. I don't know. You're allowed to be wrong. I say that a lot. So I'm glad you like it. It's meant to be entertaining. But yeah. I don't know if hazelnut's responsible for the flavor of Captain Crunch. I don't typically like hazelnut in my drinks or my coffees, but that's usually what people add to it to make it taste more like Captain Crunch. So I understand. It's very unique. It's not for everybody. It's definitely for me. I'll eat yours, Brian. Whatever your share of Captain Crunch is, I'll eat it. Don't worry. Okay, thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. You're welcome. Hooray, we're done with the very first quest. All right, on official business. There was only 3 quests in this entire patch, and it just took me an hour to get through one of them. But we've not dropped a single network frame. Hooray! We're 2 hours and 15 minutes into stream. We have crossed the dangerous threshold. And I think we finally fixed it. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. We'll see. Fingers crossed. Okay, let's make it through this whole stream without a disconnect. I'm just gonna be thrilled. Okay, Alphino is keen to hear what Alizé and Garahatia have learned from the Braves who turned their back on the cause. What a way to phrase that, huh? Well, I think we have taken up enough of our colleagues' time, and I am conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. Let us make our way to Gridania and hear what the others have learned. I think it is a little unfair to, like, be too negative on the people who decided not to do it, right? Like, just from personal experience. Actually, I do have personal experience. That's a great, I think I do have a way to relate to this. I was a cop. I was a law enforcement officer for 10 years of my life, right? I did the job. I trained the job. I was in law enforcement for 10 years. But looking back on it now, like, I wouldn't want to be a law enforcement officer now, right? Like, I know how not good some of those people are. I know exactly the type of people who become law enforcement officers are, right? And it's just like this, like Crystal Brave. Some people join because they believe that it's like for a good cause, right? To protect other people, to ensure the safety of others, to uphold like the law and law and order, right? To protect and serve, right? That's the motto. But there's a lot of people who join law enforcement because they're just bullies, because it's an easy job to get into and they're not very good people, right? And so, like, for me, I like to think that I joined, that I became a law enforcement officer for the right reasons. Like, I had the best intentions in mind, but like, I wouldn't want to join again, right? I got out and I wouldn't want to be a law enforcement officer again. I feel like it's the same kind of thing for these Crystal Brave folks. Like, they joined this thinking to themselves like, oh, okay, we're going to do something good. And then someone in their ranks betrayed them. A leader, nonetheless, right? Ilbard betrayed the Crystal Braves. And those people, I don't know. I don't think I could look down on a lot of the people. Sure, the people who didn't rejoin again, that were just looking for glory and money, like they got out because they got out. But I don't know. I feel like they're really shining these people and turned their backs on the organization, like turned their backs on the alliance. Like that's not really fair. Okay, I don't think let's give them a little bit of grace, I suppose. Okay, we're meeting in Gridania, old Gridania, technically. Brian, what have you been playing now that you're done with Pragmata? Pragmata. Soros is out now, right? Or maybe they just lifted the embargo. No, the other person playing Pragmata. Yeah, you. Are you playing anything? Have you gone back to Hades 2? Have you beaten Hades 2? Were you and Alex playing League the other day? Saw you in chat for a while. Thanks to Taharu's ever dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former Braves without any great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Alphino, some of their comments were harsh. I'm going to be finishing Hades 2. Nice. Have you beaten the main bosses yet? I can well imagine but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I will set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go on ahead to Little Solace and seek out Elder Frixio. I will join you unknown. I'm on Cerberus. So I don't want to talk about anything. So you've only gone who are the bosses? The first one is Hecate, right? So you fought Hecate, you fought Cilia, and then you've only made it to Cerberus, is that correct? Yep, okay, nice. I can just jump on this ferry, right? Cool. Okay, so you still have a lot of game left. Chanticleer. Scalia gave me a hard time for a while. I could beat Hecate pretty easily. I think I beat Hecate first try, no problem, all day, easy, GG's. Scalia kicked my butt for like 4 runs. And maybe it was like, yeah, I think it was 4 times I died to her like early, just couldn't figure it out. And then, I don't know, maybe it was just like meta progression, or maybe I just kind of figured out what I was dodging and what to look for. But after that, I've beaten her every time. I've not died to any of this. Is that true? Yeah, I don't think I've died to any of the bosses except the final one in, I don't know, dozens of runs. I say dozens, but I think I'm only on night. I don't know. Regardless, I don't lose to the smaller bosses anymore. The region bosses. Ah, welcome. Brave One and friends of Brave One. How good it is to see walking ones again so soon after the meeting. I just switched to dual blades and went for blaze. It's fun burning them. Oh yeah, the witch knives. They get pretty strong. There's a couple of pretty good combinations that, yeah, fire is good though. I will say the downside about fire is you almost, there's another augment that you can get that increases the burn rate. It's very slow otherwise, or at least it feels slow to me. Welcome, Brave One and friends of the Brave One. How good it is to see waking ones again so soon after the meeting. I like, if I'm running the Witchblades, I like to go Poseidon or Zeus. It's been a while since we last spoke. Should this one perform? Oh, I should have done the dance. What? Indeed it has. Though the place was very pretty, the meeting was far too noisy for this one. So many shouting ones and squawking ones and cheering ones with no chance for carefree conversation. Still, this one is pleased all ones can be friends. How many weapons have you unlocked? Horned One, Connie Senna, said that walking ones would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invaded Sylphlands and abducted many of these ones, so these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. They really ruined Zeus for me, or his augments don't feel as good like the first game. I agree, Zeus did feel very strong in the first game, whereas he's less so this one, but I still think he's he's one of the stronger ones, depending on what you're using. He's pretty good with, well, again, I don't want to talk, you probably know all the weapons by now. I think once you unlock the silver well or something like that, or silver pool, or whatever it's called, I think you get access to all of the weapons. You just have to unlock them, right? You have all of them? Okay. Zeus is really good with the axe. I don't like the axe. I hate the axe, actually. It's my least favorite weapon in the entire game. But if you're going with the axe, you either want to go with Zeus. I go with Zeus. There's another god that you can get later that I don't want to talk about, but that is heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telophoroi. These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones can provide would be most welcome. The black coat is pretty busted, actually. I think the black coat is, with the right augments, or boons. I guess they're called, the gods provide you with boons. I haven't tried the axe. It's probably very good in the right hands. I'm just too impatient with it. It's one, you know, it's an axe, right? It's like a hammer, you know, it's really slow, hard hitting attacks. So I'm sure if you're just better than me, right, it's not an issue. But I don't like the axe's playstyle. It's just too slow and sluggish. It is very strong. Like I said, with the right augments, it's pretty busted, but it's just very slow and not my preferred method. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one, and in quite a hurry, it seems. Aw, they refer to the twins as pretty silver-haired ones. That's nice. Alize, you must come quickly. Uh-oh. Whatever's the matter, Alphino? Don't tell me. You couldn't read my handwriting. What? No. A Twin Adder officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Charlayan has sent an envoy who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. So more burst. For the axe? Yeah, it's... Yes. Yeah. There's like... It's just... It hits hard. It does by far the most damage, I think, of any weapon in the game. But... it is hard. The first time I think I beat the game was with the torches, actually. The torches can get really strong. If you like burn, I think the torches are good for you. The torches with Zeus, absolutely busted. Like, I think that might be what I won the first time with, was torches and Zeus. Disgusting. Which artifact or keepsake are you liking the most? An envoy? Could it be that Cryo has managed to sway the forum? We shall know soon enough, but there is more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience with the Elder Seedseer. Really? I can see why they might want Scions to be present, but us specifically... Wait, it isn't who I think it is. Oh, is it their teacher? Oh snap, I want to try it with Artemis Augments, the axe. Oh, the axe with crit? Yeah, disgusting too. I think, if you get, you can get Artemis's keepsake too, which increases your crit by a lot. I think the daggers are pretty good with crit because they hit so often, but yeah, you're right. Going full crit, full axe, busted, I'm sure. Oh, it is? It is. I could scarce believe it myself, but when I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told it was one Orchenault Lavier. Oh goodness, is it their... We haven't met their parents, right? Orchenault Lavier. Lavier. I've always pronounced it Lavier, but I don't know. It could be one of their parents. Your father. There we go. Well now, the fact that a serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would be surprise enough, but him? Quite. I glean from this that they are taking the matter seriously. That may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members, unless he volunteered for it? It has been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? Perhaps, but he has always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed, and whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Well, that's good. It doesn't seem like they have a negative relationship with their father. He's looking forward to seeing him, so that's something. Elder Frixio, loath though I am to cut our visit short, we must return to Gridania. Pray accept my apologies, along with my report. I like how Frixio referred to him as another pretty silver-haired one. Isn't that nice? Never mind. There will be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking ones for more urgent matters. Go. Oh, we will. The audience will be held at the Lotus Stand, where the Elder Seer awaits even now. Let us be on our way. Let's. You couldn't have taken me with you? Really? It's fine. So many games I want to play, not enough time. I want to play... Replaced has been a lot of fun. I played Replaced the other night. I will say the controls are a little bit sluggish, it feels at times, but the story so far, the world building, the combat feels pretty good. Replaced is great. Morbid Metal I've never heard of, though. Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader is also a game that's been on my radar for a bit, but sometimes I'm not sure I want to start like a 100-hour RPG. Like, it's a lot. It's a big investment of time. Moonlighter 2, I liked Moonlighter a lot, so I might try Moonlighter 2. Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, that just came out on Game Pass too, didn't it? I don't remember. Is Wu Chang, is that one of the like Souls-like games? Which one is that one? Where am I going? Oh, Conjurer's Guild. I thought so. I don't know why I passed, right? It's a Souls-like. I typically do like Souls-like games. Replaced is good, though. I'm enjoying it. Welcome, Warrior of Light. The Elder Seer and your friends are waiting within. Thank you. About to meet the twins' father. That's exciting. I think. It's got to make a grand entrance, I'm sure. Ninja Gaiden 4 has been fun. Played it for a bit. I am too much of a casual for Ninja Gaiden 4. That game... I know the Ninja Gaiden franchise. I played the original. I played Ninja Gaiden... I don't even know. I think I played the one that came out on the 360, like way back in the day. I played those when I was younger and was like, these are good games. I tried to play Ninja Gaiden 4 recently. That game kicked my butt over and over and over again. And it got to the point where I just like wasn't having fun anymore. So I stopped playing it, but it felt good. You know, it felt like a good Ninja Gaiden game, just not for me. Not for me. I think the thing that gets me about the Ninja Gaiden things, the games, is that they almost feel like fighting games a lot. There's so many combos. So many combos. And then you have to unlock them all, and you're like, oh man, what combo should I unlock? And then you unlock them, and then you got to remember, like, learn how to use them, and it's... Oh man, talk about information overload in a game where I just want to slice people's heads off. It was a lot. Word of Master Fortunal's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Cryo permission to request Charlane's aid, we did not anticipate a prompt reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover. I had to practice the combos before moving forward in the story. That's what I mean. Yeah, like practicing the combos or going into the training rooms just to learn new it's like, yeah, I was doing the same thing, having to treat the game like a fighting game just to learn all the button presses, and my old man hands don't work like that, so it's like, Jesus, it was a lot. It was a fun game. It was just too much for me.
I thank you for granting me this audience.
All right, voice.
I am Fortuno Leveilleur, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
Lavier. Fortunal
I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
I'll be honest, he looks like very pilgrim-like. Maybe it's that like collar.
It's been too long, Father. You look well.
He doesn't look as grand as I thought he would.
As do you both.
I mean, he looks cool.
Emilians will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
Emilians, I assume, is his wife, their mother. He looks kind of like a musketeer almost. I imagined he would either be like, I don't know. I imagine like a scholar robe on steroids, if that makes sense. But that's not what I'm getting at all. This is interesting.
How is Mother?
Oh, you're at this point. I am at this point.
Terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health.
I do like that jacket, though. Those colors are cool. Very Connor-like from
Circumstances apart,
Assassin's Creed 3.
Our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisois, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
He's very well spoken, but I guess that makes sense.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
Who's that Pokemon?
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene.
Not too surprising.
My position remains unchanged.
Uh-oh. Not the best news.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life. Who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
And that leaves no room for interpretation, does it? It's about as straightforward as it gets.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald, one in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
It's, I'm gonna go prepare some ribs for the grill. It's a nice day to grill. It's always a nice day to grill. I hope that's delicious for you. I never learned how to grill anything. I can cook anything you want on a stovetop, but I've never learned how to grill a thing. I have a Blackstone, which is nice, but it's like, it's not really grilling. It's just like cooking outside, really. But yeah, of course. Thank you for stopping by, Brian. I hope your ribs turn out delicious. I'm sure they will. This is very interesting because they said that their motto is to chart the course of history, not to affect it, more or less, right? They're very much like, this is what happens when research turns into narcissistic beliefs, if that makes sense. This is when like intellectualism turns into narcissism, in my opinion, right? They're very close-minded, right? They call themselves scholars, but they're essentially dismissing all of the evidence that's been provided to them by Kryl and by his children, by the Scions, by everyone, by the Eorzean Alliance. They're essentially just dismissing all of that because they think they know better. That's what I'm literally getting from like 2 minutes of conversation, but it's already pretty obvious, right? If the final days were truly upon us, we would know. And it's wow, like how condescending, firstly, but secondly, like how dismissive. Truly.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider.
I'm pretty sure he's...
You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both.
This imagery is...
Have you forgotten why
Sorry.
it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure?
This imagery is actually so cool. Like the two twins coming from their father. It's that this composition is super nice, right? Firstly, the fact that they're standing the way that they are is really, really great. The color schemes here, like the father is wearing this white, red, and blue. You've got the white from Alizé, or this cream colored, you know, and you've got this like blue over here by Alphino. You've got the ribbons in their hair. Like all of this right here is just displaying both their similarities and their differences and how like apart they are now from them. I think it's really, really, really good. Obviously it's intentional. I mean, 100% intentional, right? But it's just, it's so good. And their stances, like both the twins are essentially standing. They're almost like ready to fight. Like Alphino is looking, you know, like he's ready to go. Like he's ready to argue. This is so good.
For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
And this is where pacifism becomes detrimental as well. Right? You can avoid conflicts until conflict comes to you, right? I like to say that I am also primarily a pacifist. I don't really believe that violence should ever be the first, second, third, fourth answer to a problem. I truly believe that violence should be the last resort in 99.999% of cases, like ever. So I understand trying to avoid violence, but to like close your eyes and claim that like you can just avoid, I don't know. It's very closed-minded, right? There are going to be people that are going to want to fight you. There are going to be people that want to kill you, and turning your back on them just means they're going to stab you in the back instead of the front, right? Like there's no, you're not gaining anything by being passive 100% of the time, you know? All you're going to do is watch the people around you die, and then you're going to be the last to do so. And that's the unfortunate circumstance. Anyway, better to fight and fail than wait for the axe to fall. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it's indolence. Wow. It is in your power to save us. Refuse and you condemn us all. No, that second one is to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. Indolence! Andy, welcome back. Andy, you'll be happy to know we've not dropped a single network frame. We've transferred almost 2 million, 1.75 million frames, and not a single one has been dropped in 2 hours and 41 minutes. What a day indeed. The light is shining on us. Indolence. Indolence!
I see your friend shares your misguided
He's just
ideals.
ignoring us. Wow.
But unlike him, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy.
Or Shino is.
Alize, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
Wow.
What?
You've been disowned.
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father! Wait! Don't bother, Alize!
Wow.
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
Wow. Introducing conflict between the twins just as they're like starting to look up to each other. Man, what good writing. I'm telling you, these guys are the best. This is some of the best storytelling of anything. I read a lot of books. This is all just very good. I don't agree with all of it, but like in general, this is some of the best writing in gaming, period. Like the twins are just like have been super close to not reconciling, but you know, like their relationship has been growing over the past like expansion or so. They've really started to like reach out to each other and like look up to each other and respect each other's roles and their strengths and their weaknesses. And they've been speaking well of each other. And then to introduce conflict like this, right? Like, does it suck? Sure, but like, I don't know. I mean, it's wow. So that's what he came here to say. That we're all fools for having the temerity, to defend ourselves against the Telophoroi. And as for the rest, like it or not, this was the Forum's decision, to watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger, and as he handed down their judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it is not only Master Fourcheneau who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. Their decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed, and so we shall face the Telophoroi without their aid. Forgive me, but if they had no intention of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their counsel, as they are wont to do? That's a really good question. I think you can answer that. Trial. Dion, has Master Fourcheneau arrived yet? Then it is as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many Forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject, without exception. It was almost unnerving. Has Sharlayan have they already been corrupted? Could it be that they are hiding something from us? That might go some way to explain Master Fourcheneau's performance. When he said that they would know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. Actually, me too. That's exactly what I said. But what if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? Huh, that's interesting. So this is like I assumed that they, I was the same thing. It was prideful, right? That they would know more than anyone else. But if they actually do have foreknowledge of when the world ends, that's interesting. I didn't assume that at all. Huh. Thanks, Garahatia. I never thought I'd say that. That I don't know, but something tells me they are not as unconcerned about the Telophoroi as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Hydaelyn and the Ethereal Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. What? Man, that's like having a library that's closed. You know what I mean? Like, that's like having a I don't even understand. I mean, it's like the most private of private universities in this case, right? You either like join the university forever and share in its knowledge, or you don't and will never know what they've learned. That's so messy. Obstructed at every turn. So it would seem, but don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here. When the time is right, of course. I'm aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a knife edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. Huh. Sharlayan is never a place that I thought we'd be going in Endwalker, so that's cool. I've always wanted to visit Sharlayan. Well, there are one or two things to take care of here first.
Who's that Pokemon?
That's cool. I still think we're gonna spend some time in Garlemald. You know, we didn't spend all our time in Doma. We were switching back between like Doma and Alamigo. I still think we're going to Garlemald in some way, shape, or form, but I didn't expect Sharlayan at all. That's interesting. And so you shall, albeit under less than happy circumstances. It may take a while to secure entry for you all, but I'll let you know when everything is in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? Said, yeah, with 6 maps, we've got plenty of ground to cover. Yeah, that's for sure. In your car, did you hear my theory about losing the twins? Garlic mold? Garlic. Your speculations give me cause to hope, yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible the Sharlayans hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt in them a change of heart. And so, for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request for aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Telophoroi. Even with all of Eorzea standing united, there is no guarantee that we will prevail. I'm sorry, I just keep saying the word Telophoroi. The Telophoroi are what? They're like just a group within Garlemald, right? That's being headed by Fandaniel. Is that correct? The Telophoroi were the people who before Fandaniel took over his body, but that was the folks within Garlemald, like one of the organizations. Is that correct? Even with all Eorzea standing united, there's no guarantee we'll prevail. What does Sharlayan intend to do if we fail? Fail with us? Die? It's a new wing headed by Fandaniel. Okay, so it's like one of those organizations, but new. Okay, cool. Thank you. I should be chicken fettuccine. I should be taking that, but I have to take a food. Usually they offer me a gold pouch, but not this time. We take the chicken fettuccine after all. All right, final quest. Final quest. Death unto Dawn. Panisina. Wow, what are we all looking at? That's probably not a good thing, is it? Also, the quests were called Beast Tribe quests through Endwalker, then Tribal quests during 6.x, then Allied Society quests from 7.0. Okay, nice. So the revised naming is relatively new and definitely a step in the right direction. I'm so glad that that's the case. It's actually it's really funny you say that, because that's exactly what isn't that kind of what I was voicing too, going from Beast, and then I was like tribes would work, but it's still kind of like, that's funny. And then it was Zaria who mentioned the Allied Society quests. Cool. I like that too. Okay, I'm really happy to call them Allied Societies, and the Allied Society quests are nice. Nice. Thank you, Andy. I appreciate the history lesson. Also, it makes me feel better about calling them that in general. The Grand Eorzean Alliance, and those are the allied societies. I like it. Much, much better than Beast Tribes. I've hated Beast Tribes forever. I think the first time we mentioned Beast Tribes with the Kobolds and Titan and the Ixtal and Garuda, I was like, well, maybe we could start by not calling them the Beast Tribes. I'm so glad it's taken us 5 expansions to get to that point, because it's getting a little crazy. All right. Connie Senna seems determined not to let the disappointment of Charlane's rejection distract her from the task at hand. Well, that's smart, considering it's not going to change it. I'm just waiting for the warning that says something along the lines of, there's about to be 2 hours of cutscenes. Please make sure you've set aside time to watch them in full. While the Charlane stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions... Oh, this is a link pearl time, right? Oh, nope. Someone's coming. Grave tidings, walking ones. Grave tidings. Uh-oh, it's one of the fairies. One of the sylphs. I mean, calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones who went to see Feathered Ones send terrible news. Destroying Ones have appeared in Zelphatal. Destroying Ones and Captured Ones, and even frightful godly ones. Feathered Ones didn't stand a chance, and were sent flapping and squawking. Uh-oh. Seems like they've already summoned Garuda. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes, much too late. But luckily, Destroying Ones were only passing through and continued on west. Feathered Ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West. That would be Coerthus. Womp, womp, womp. Well, the link pearl is correct, but it came later than I thought it would. My lady, the Ishgardians report that the Telophori have emerged from the eastern highlands of Coerthus and are marching at speed. Though their purpose has yet to be determined, the Cartnow Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Aymeric has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support. Tell him he shall have it. The time has come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Well, mayhap it is a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Cartnow. Wait, this one almost forgot. Destroying Ones were said to be led by Cackling Robed One. This one must see that all walking ones know. Farewell. Uh-oh, Fandaniel's at the front of these guys. A Cackling Robed One. That could only be Fandaniel. Fandaniel? Who else? It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartnow. Please pray see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. At once, my lady. Let us away. Ooh, are we going to get an instanced fight before we... Please. Okay, I really have to use the restroom. I'm so glad, though. This has been a great day. I'm so glad that we fixed... Thank you again, Andy. I'm glad that we haven't had any disconnects. I'm so happy about it. We can kind of go back to normal. It's been great. Okay, 1 second. All right. My pleasure times 100. Well, I appreciate that. It's just crazy that I don't know. I mean, from all evidence points to, like, when I started today, I was like, I could have sworn that I know that I changed the bind to IP. I know I changed the setting, but I might have changed it to IPv4 and IPv6. And so it might have just been defaulting to the 6, which was causing the issues. I guess I just never switched it over to IPv4. And then I know I was binding to an IP, and I'm guessing that even in the IPv4 and IPv6 settings, I just bound it to an IPv6 IP like address. And I'm guessing that was still what was causing the problems. It's just so crazy that of all the things that I tried, I failed to just change it to IPv4 one time. Like, it's, I don't know. You barely think, let me try the most outdated tech here. I guess that's really what it was. It's so odd for a lot of reasons. But either way, I'm just glad they got fixed. I'm glad that you were there to tell me, like, hey, dummy, like, what are you doing? And so, thank you. Thank you. Neon, it would seem Fordola has come all the way to Gridania to find us. I see that. Hi, Fordola. I have explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. Aye, and it'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me. Fordola, we really do have really working on things. Hi, little one. Oh, you are 100% right. I forgot to let you out. That's entirely my fault. Oh, look, it is. He's in a wheelchair, but he's there. Hi, friend.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
Oh, and it's voiced. Even more lovely. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna go open the door for Coda. And then I'll be right back. I know I just stepped away, but I forgot I own a creature that needs my assistance to go outside. So, hi, baby. I have my own Allied Society quests to do in real life, and I forgot to do them. A text message from the greatest of hours. Yeah. A message from a friend that doesn't usually message me, so I had to check to make sure it wasn't an emergency. Okay. Good old Arnvold. You're just not realizing
it. Arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again. Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite.
Arnvold's a good person. I like Arnvold.
All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino.
You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
Carry the dreams of many. We'll carry yours too. Be sure to give your regards to the Salafaroy. Some things may have changed, but the adventure isn't over yet. I like the first one. Carry the dreams of many, will carry yours too. I love Arvinald, but there's parts of the main story quest that have absolutely made me not like Alphino when their friends are involved. In what ways? I really like Alphino. I think it's, for me, it helps to remember that Alphino is like a literal child. I really hate that Arnvald just like got injured saving Fordola. That's pretty terrible. Not happy about that. But, you know, Arnvald's the kind of person that would do it.
I know what's at stake, and how many people
Also,
are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through.
Also, it's important in that last scene. I didn't point it out because he was talking, and Arnvald, excuse me, was saying something really nice. But the way that the camera was directed, the camera work in this expansion has been great, right? Like the composition of the twins in front of their father, fantastic. That last scene where Arnvald was talking to Alphino, but was looking directly at you, directly at the Warrior of Light. That was great too. Like that was certainly intentional, right? He blames himself a lot, but like it's always about him. That's fair. I can certainly see that. I've not seen it as like him being selfish though. He just internalizes a lot, right? He's definitely I think it's just immaturity rather than malice. Does that make sense? Right? Like Alphino's a child. He's a kid. It takes us all like lifetimes to develop, you know, empathy and how to express that in positive ways. And I think a lot of people, myself included, right? Like I tend to be, you know, the protector of the group. I tend to internalize a lot. I tend to blame myself for when things go wrong. I do that a lot myself. So I can certainly see like my responses to Alphino. I think it's important for all of us, Alphino included, to understand that like we have to respect the decisions of others as well, if that makes sense. Like by blaming ourselves, we kind of remove the agency of others. And while that's never the intention, it certainly can be the outcome, right? If that makes sense, you know, by like being overly protective of someone, we remove a person's ability to choose. And so I think Alphino struggles with that. It's a lot. I mean, he's had a lot put on his shoulders, right? He's had a lot of responsibility for someone his age. And granted, I will say like he's accepted a lot of that responsibility. You know, he's not exactly turning it down. He's not one to say like, I can't handle this, you know? But again, he's a child. Like he shouldn't be, these responsibilities shouldn't be thrust on him in the first place. And they are. And I think he's just learning to navigate it as best as he can. But I do see your point of view. I agree. Like, you know, it does seem to take away from it at times, or he is blaming himself. But again, I think it's just out of immaturity and not out of malice. I don't think he means bad for it.
Entrusting my dreams to you, like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be.
And there we go. Like, the growth that they've shown is insane.
To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero, do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphinaud and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
I don't think Fordolin knows how to be quiet.
To twiddle your thumbs, thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
Get Arnvald a mech suit or something. Let's get him.
I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Let's get him some Machina. Do it. In the earlier Realm Reborn Heavensward days, it kind of gave the feeling that he's entitled to play hero as a grandson of Louisoix when he's only child. I agree with you 100%. Yeah, no, I for sure see that. I don't know if it was entitlement. I mean, yeah, I guess that's a good way to put it. I mean, yeah. He definitely had like a holier than thou persona early on for sure. And not to mention when we met the twins, they were so surprised that there was all this outside of their sheltered life, so it felt a bit entitled, and rather than making me feel compassion, he was a little over his head in leading an army into war. I agree with you 100%. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, no, he definitely did have that sense of entitlement. He definitely felt like he was better in a lot of ways. He had training, he had study, he had education. That's what he felt he was brought up to do. He felt that he needed him and Alisaie both, but I would say Alphinaud more so because that's who we encountered the most throughout A Realm Reborn and Heavensward. He felt like he had to follow in his grandfather's footsteps, right? He felt like he had to be the savior. And I agree with you. I think he did have a savior complex way early on, even as far as like starting the Crystal Braves. But I think that, again, as the child of the situation, he really didn't have a lot of pushback, right? When it came to establishing the Crystal Braves, Minfilia and the rest of them kind of put that on him. Like they were just like, yeah, sure, whatever, go do your thing. When it came to even in Heavensward, when he was discussing, or when he was, well, I mean, he was only one of the only Scions left, right? In Heavensward, we hadn't found the other Scions, but he was responsible for for you know, speaking with the people of Ishgard, speaking with different or different groups of people. I think after the Crystal Braves fell apart, the whole thing with Ilbrand or Ilbard, and after the Crystal Braves, and then watching Estinian get hurt, I really do think he's shown a lot of development. And that's why I say I think the twins are some of my favorite characters in the game, because I agree with you. I thought Alphino was pretty annoying early on too. I think he was meant to be, right? He was a kid, like he was an immature child. And I think they've really shown a lot of growth between the two of them. And even that little scene right there, right? With Alphino, he said it himself. He was like, at one point, I would have accepted this burden without question. I would have accepted your dreams and I would have carried the banner immediately. But he's second guessing himself. And I don't think that was him whining. I think that was him like sharing his thoughts with a friend, you know, being open with something, open with, you know, people that he cared about or around people that he cared about. Arnvald is there, you know, he sees him as a fan, not a fan, excuse me, as a friend, as someone to confide in. And so I don't know. I agree with what you're saying as far as The World Reborn goes. I just think that the growth that they've shown since then has been very fun to watch. See, during the point with Estinian, when he told everyone that Estinian had turned into a dragon, no one was in an uproar about trying to find him, but as soon as Estinian and Nidhogg ambushed the ceremony, suddenly Alphino felt compelled to spring into action, which kind of felt like he was in front of the world, and he had to act versus listen to when we told them. Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, I will say that Alphino at some point was dealing with a lot of things, right? I mean, he can't focus on everyone. I think I think we see a lot of action, so to speak, come from Alizé, right? I think Alizé is more of like an act first, think later kind of person. She's very reactive, whereas Alphino typically tends to be less so. He's very analytical. He likes to think through things. He likes to talk through things. He's very deliberate with his actions. And maybe this is just like hindsight, and maybe I'm not remembering the series of events that happened around that time, but I think Alphino was already feeling a little bit lost, right? I don't think Alphino knew exactly what to do in that scenario, right? Like he didn't have all the answers. And so when he found, like, I think at that point his impulsiveness to act or like to step up, I think that was just like his own, that's all he knew what to do, right? It wasn't necessarily like, I don't know, standing in front of the world. I think it was just, he latched on to, this is what I can do right now, and this is what I've got to do, right? So I don't know. Alizé wears her heart on her sleeve and acts based on her emotion. Oh, for sure. For sure. She's definitely the more emotional of the two. But yeah. Either way, I like the twins' development. I really think they've been written extremely well. I've seen them we've seen them grow up, you know, over the years, over the months for us, but I think it's good character development. I love character development from anyone in any kind of media. That's my favorite. I like seeing people grow. All right, you can tell me later what that was all about, but judging by the set of Alphino's jaw, it appears to have done him some good. Thancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communication officer, Amalja and Cobalt forces are also bound for Cartnow as we speak. See, already in Dawntrail, and I still don't have much feelings towards Alphino after all that. That's fair. I think that's the cool thing about this franchise, is that there's so many characters to like and dislike, and you know, not everyone's going to see, you know, everyone the same way. Sometimes, like for me, I think I see a lot of my young self in young Alphino, and so I think I appreciate like his growth, and I can appreciate how long it took me to like get to those points. and you know, some days that I still struggle with them, dealing with like lost friends and dealing with like the decisions that led to, you know, the loss of friends, that kind of thing. So I can internalize a lot with him, whereas again, like with Grahatia and with the Exarch, like I just do not like, I don't like them at all. I'm trying to be more open to Grahatia, and I think that it's gotten better. Like I'm not aggressive towards Grahatia, but I just didn't like them. Whereas other people love Grahatia, right? They see someone who is just doing their best, you know. They see someone that's essentially the savior of two worlds, and you know, it's very different. So I get worried about liking characters because some of the really likable characters ended up dying. The whole Game of Thrones approach, I understand. All right, they mean to keep the promise they made in Alamigo, and we must do the same by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. Yeah, I don't know. I see characters, you know, obviously characters definitely serve a purpose, but I don't know. You don't get less attached to your animals because you know they're going to die before you do, right? Like you don't, well, I mean, some people do. Some people isolate themselves, but like you can't not form friendships in real life because they may not last forever. It's the same thing in stories. It's the same thing in books, right? You can't fail to form connections with characters just because they're going to leave you eventually. You know, the story has to end at some point. Even if they don't die, right? The story has to be over at some point. So I don't prescribe to that method. I go all in. I care. I have emotions towards these characters because they're important to the story that they want to tell me, and I'm happy to be a part of it. All right, upon joining the battle at Cartnow, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Here's the warning that we were looking for. Recommended you set aside sufficient time to participate in the battle, blah, blah. Your progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you'll be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Level sync down to 80 because, of course, why not? Death unto Dawn. Let's go. Let's go fight at Cartnow again. I don't remember this at all. Should be a fun rewatch.
As I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Sharlayan, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design.
It should be fun to experience the first time, I hope. Or are you just skipping cutscenes at this point?
Our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak.
Okay.
Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do.
You skip cutscenes? Oh, you just don't remember it. It has been a while for you now.
A daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Easy.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground.
Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
I could be incorrect, but isn't Carton is this not the location where Louis Swat fought, or fought Bahamut? Isn't this where the Louis Swat stopped the last calamity? Right, isn't that the Fields of Carton? Okay, nice. So you did for Hildebrand. I was charging through just for the fights and some of the Allied Society quests, Ananta and Arkasodara. Then the Arkasodara showed up with racing hippo carts, and I realized I'll absolutely be watching them now. Some of the Endwalker role quests. Jeez, Andy. Skipping. What is Hildebrand again? I don't remember what that was. Hippo kart racing. Duty commenced. All right. Oh. Listen well, friends. The Telophoroi are sweeping across Cart now. As for the Ascian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield, but has since vanished. He likely intends to watch events unfold from afar. Thus far, the movements of the lunar primals have proven difficult to predict. Even when poised to ambush our troops, they instead withdraw for some unknown reason. Whatever the Telophoroi's plans may be, the primals are our primary targets. Rauban, the Iron Bull of Alamigo. Understood. They will not elude the Scions for long. Wow, Alphano, look at you. Hildebrand is a comedy questline that runs through all the expansions. Oh, you know, I've heard of. It sounded familiar, but I didn't remember. I don't think I've done any of it. We're just supposed to defeat them. That's all we're doing. I draw you all, like, would really like to murder as many of you as possible. Draw Hatia for a tank, you're not doing all that great. Oh, that was a big hit. Glory be, glory be. I will keep them occupied. The rest of you, seek out the primals. Let us divide our forces. We may locate the primals more swiftly. Thank British Dolite, and I shall head east. I'll concentrate my efforts on the Tempered. With luck, I should have the chance to secure some of them. So we're going to go west. And I'll go west. Dion, Alphano, come with me. Alright, Justinian, where are we going? This way. Pray, return to your senses. They're just, hey, please, stop being dumb. Look at the Sylph over there using magic. Something's not right. Nothing's right, Estinian. As the Scions spread out across the field, Alizé and Garaha take the fight to the Telophoroi. Oh, are we gonna play with each of them? Oh man, I hate this. This is 100% Fan Daniel, right? Controlling, like looking at us on a battlefield. Not controlling us, but like planning it all out. Oh, I've never played Red Mage before. It should be fun. Although I really don't like these. I know that's probably not a popular opinion. I don't know what the opinion is, but in the coming battle we fought as Alizé. There are so many of them. Evolved mode preview, pretty much. I won't be curing anyone at this rate. We'll have to incapacitate them first. Verflare combo, Scorch combo, Crimson Savior, Flesh, Contra 60, and Vercure. I actually hate this part of the story, not gonna lie. I don't like these either from a gameplay standpoint. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I bet I can't even character, like, can I? Nope. It doesn't tell me what they are, I just gotta figure it out on my own. Alright, let's go. Oh, I'm using spells. I can't even, like, boom. Are these seem like ranged spells. Oh, there we go. Bluey. Okay, I'm like Zorro here. This is kind of cool. Oh, this is my AoE. Okay, and then flesh. What does flesh do? Holy shit. Okay, cool. Okay, so this button is ranged. Looks like I have all the MP in the world. What does Contra 60 do? I don't know what that does. We'll find out. Let's find out. Let's press it. Oh. That was cool. Okay. Okay, so Fleshe is a single target damage. Crimson Savior is my AoE around us. Scorch combo has a long ass cooldown, but it's my melee. It's melee. Whoa! Okay, then I use that into Verifier. Why did I get interrupted? Because he died. Usually it's like if you don't pick up a different class, you get to learn it all, but this just throws you in. Yeah, it does feel, it's a little awkward. Like I said, I don't know what any of these do. I think it's kind of neat in this, oh Jesus. I think it's kind of cool, I guess, that you get the option to do this, I suppose, or that it does introduce you to different characters. I just wish it didn't feel so high stakes, I suppose, if that makes sense. Right? Like, I don't know, maybe that's not the right word, but I'm in like, this is the climax of the entire expansion, right? Oh my goodness, this combo is so long. About the, sorry Grahatia, I just put that on your head. Yeah, sorry about that. Oh, am I supposed to heal him? Oh. Yeah, I was probably supposed to be healing him. Sorry, Grahatia. I do have Veracure for a reason. Still have a grudge against the Exarchon. Yeah, this time it wasn't intentional. Send Angelo to cure the tempered. Oh man, if I have to... You better... Okay, I don't have to do anything. Or do I? Oh, never mind. I just have to touch him. Okay, cool. Poor cat boy. Yeah. Poor cat boy. At least it didn't die. I guess I was doing enough damage that didn't matter. Okay, Red Mage is kind of cool. If that's how combat evolved is going to be, I'm all for it, honestly. I mean, I'm all for it regardless, but who the heck is that? Oh, it is Van Daniel. He looked like a floating doll there for a second. Uh-oh. Maybe this already exists in the game, but speaking of like trying new classes, I wish there was a way, like, I feel like there should be a class preview option. I feel like you should be able to test like a class at certain levels. Maybe go into like an instanced area and like test out the combat mode. I know, again, for a game where you can bounce back and forth between jobs as much as you want, it doesn't feel as necessary. But like Lost Ark had that as an option. You know, you could, before you created a new character, you could test out all the jobs and kind of see which one you liked and which one you didn't, and which one felt, you know, different ways. I don't know. I've never encountered that in this game. It feels like the only experience you have with the jobs are in these little, like, instanced combat scenarios. It'd be really cool if they did have a job simulator or a job practice tool or something. And if they do have it, then please introduce it to me. All right, Y'shtola, do you see that? The glyph? Yes. How worried should we be? That looks pretty ominous, doesn't it? Van Daniel picked the least threatening body to terrorize everyone with. He really is just like a child just flying in the air. Made it very unassuming, I suppose. Also, Gloria, hello to you. I'm glad to see you. Sorry I didn't say hi. You were chatting about all this stuff. Listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of Cartnow. But now that I am here, things have become clear. Cartnow's been important for a lot of reasons, right? Isn't this also where, was it Ultima Weapon? This is where the Empire found Ultima Weapon, right? So I feel like Cartnow's kind of been important for a bit. For a lot of different reasons. You'd think they'd explore all this by now. You'd think they'd be like, oh yeah, of course Cartnow, the reasons are obvious, but it doesn't really seem that way. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like to the pillars of the Azim Step, but greater in scale, far greater. Beyond space. The glyphs that Fandaniel has conjured reach into its very midst, and I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. To just disrupt the entire ether flow of the planet. The resultant disruption to the flow of ether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. Yep, alright, nailed it. That he would go so far cometh as little surprise. We must needs protect a confluence at all costs. Defeat Lunar Odin and defeat the ethereal confluence. Ooh, Lunar Odin. Oh crap, I'm playing as Oriange. This is a healer, right? Jesus. Is that Odin? So the time has come to pit my blade against his. Follow my lead. That's a very Thancred thing to say, isn't it? Okay, firstly, Lunar Odin looks sick. Secondly, I'm a healer now. This is great. I'm so glad. Malefic 3, I assume, is my primary heal. Lord of Crowns, my least favorite class. Oh, I hate fighting as Oriange. Great, you're all filling me with great hope. The scroll combo, Benefic. Jeez, okay, I'm gonna use my mouse. I think if I scroll over these, it'll tell me what they do, right? Okay, yeah. It doesn't show you because my camera is showing, but Malefic 3 deals unaspected damage with a potency of 210. So this is my primary damage, not my heal. That's what I meant. That's not what I said. Lord of Crowns combo executes the following abilities in succession. Destiny drawn, leave everything to fate as you draw a card from your divining deck. Additional effect restores 10% of maximum MP. Okay, that's good. Lord of Crowns deals unaspected damage with a potency of 270. If any of the abilities are not ready, the combo will start again. Oh, good. That's nice. The Scroll combo executes the following abilities in succession. Leave everything to fate as you draw a card from your divining deck. Additional effect restores 20% of maximum AP. Okay, so Lord of Crowns is on a 15-second recast. Lord of the Scroll combo is on a 30-second recast. Okay. Damage dealt is increased while weapon skill cast time and recast. What? Damage dealt is increased while weapon skill cast time and recast time. Spell cast time and recast time and auto attack delay are reduced for yourself and all. Guys, I'm not stupid. What the hell is this saying? The scroll. Damage dealt is increased, comma, while weapon skill cast time and recast time, comma, spell cast time and recast time, comma, and auto attack delay are okay, good, Jesus Christ. So sorry. It increases my damage and then it reduces weapon skill cast time, recast time, spell cast time, and recast time, and auto attack delay are reduced. It's just an attack speed modifier. Holy shit, I'm so sorry. I feel like I had an aneurysm just reading that. Oh my goodness. This is one skill. Okay. Wait, Broom, you take Scholar over Astrologist? Oh, his least favorite? Holy shit. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for my language too. I just had a complete like brain malfunction there. Any day, yes. Holy. Okay, Benefic. What a crap word that is. Benefic restores target's HP Okay, great. And then Aspected Helios restores own HP and the HP of all nearby party members. Okay, so and it gives us regen. Okay, so that's on a 2.5 second. What? I can, oh, it takes me 2 seconds to cast, but I can cast it every 2.5 seconds. It costs a crap ton of MP though, I'll say that. Don't worry, this was terrible in my opinion. I had to redo this a few times. You're still filling me with a whole heck of a lot of confidence there, Saria. You're all better players than me, so if you had to redo this, I can only imagine. Okay, and then Fixed Sign. Creates a fixed sign centered around the caster, reducing damage taken by 10% for self and any party member who enter. Okay, so this gives 10% mitigation, gives me healing over time, does heal, and it lasts 15 seconds, and I can cast it every 15 seconds. Effect ends upon using another action, okay, or moving, including facing a different direction. Cancels auto attack upon execution. Okay, so this really is just a stand there and heal button. I had to knock it down to easy mode if I remember correctly. Okay, much like Jonathan, I am just unable to comprehend Scholar. I hated it. As a controller user, that was the worst thing I've ever, I hated it so much. I feel like I've been thrown in the cockpit of a 747. You said, yeah, I think I had to redo this one a few times too. My goodness. Okay. All right. Nothing to it but to do it, right? What are my targets? Okay, I have Y'shtola here. I have the Confluence. Is that the... Oh, I can attack Lunar Odin too. Would I not just defeat Lunar Odin and defeat the Ethereal Confluence? Which do I have to fight first? I don't know. And then I can heal my... I can't heal the others? Why are they all in the same target select? What's that about? Defend the Confluence. Oh, yeah. So I have to heal the Confluence. All right. Let's do it. I'll be the first one attacking. Don't you worry. Oriange, you better get over there. All right. I'm just going to stand here and press this button. Look at me now. Oh, sorry, Thancred. Jesus. Oh, that's not what I wanted at all. Oh, that's what I want. Defend the Confluence, defeat Odin. Great. But my buttons are... Alright. I think we use these, no problem. Lunar Fetters. Oh, crap. We use this.
I shall protect thee.
I am protecting. I am protecting. Lunar Fetters. Break. Okay, I protected. Not that much, though. Look at me go. All right, we're protected. The Confluence is taking reduced damage. Thancred's doing reduced damage. Y'shtola should be healing, but she's not. I don't know why. Okay, this should do AoE around us, right? Beautiful. And then... What the fudge is that? Oh, I gotta get out of it, obviously. Holy... Okay, cool. Okay, heal you. Get over here. Do some AoE healing for everybody. Get Y'shtola up to health. Stand directly on the boss, because I'm sure that's what every healer is supposed to do ever. We best brace ourselves. That sounds like a great time for this. Oh shit, not there though. I hate being a healer. This is the worst. I don't know what I'm doing at all. Oh, it's still on cooldown. Okay, we've cast regen on everybody though. Boom, regen. Boom, get in the shield. Thancred, you better be in that damn shield. All right, damage time. Boom, Lord of Crowns. Boom, the scroll combo. Oh shit, big shield. We're reducing damage. But first, okay, well, could we... Do damage. Boom, boom. I don't know, man, Astralis might be your destiny. It's kind of feeling pretty good, not gonna lie. Yeah, we both mitigate. Look at us go. Boom, look at that. And then we AoE regen everybody. Fudge, yeah, look at us go. Look at me now, Mom. Boom. Right? Stay out of his reach, but... What? Stay out of his reach, but guarding the confluence must come first. Boom! Reduce damage. Heal. It's healed. Alright, we're doing it. Thancred needs healing. Heal him. There we go. Full health. Go back to the boss. Oh shit, we got these things again. I don't know what I'm doing. Where are they standing? Like, oh, okay, right here. Thancred heals again. Thancred heals again. Big old AoE heal. Regen for everybody. Boom. Y'shtola needs heals now. Confluence needs heals now. Boom. We do some more damage to the boss, I suppose. Get some MP regen going. Doing whatever the F we want here. More AoE regen. Boom. Get regened. Glutton for punishment. That's exactly right. Let's go. I think I can ask Jonathan how to heal. Not me. We did it! Hooray! Jesus. That was so much going on. We kept everyone alive, though. I only had 5-6 buttons to press, so that didn't feel so bad. Meanwhile, Grahatia and Alizé prepare to lock swords with Lunar Ravana. Oh, good. Back to Grahatia, I imagine. I don't have any liquids left. That's a shame. Had you worried? But looks like you are a natural astrologist. I don't know about that. Like I said, I only had 6 buttons. Oh, we get to play Black Mage now? Honestly, that was kind of fun. I really did enjoy that. That must be Ravana, a formidable opponent by all accounts, but so are we. So are we. Okay. So I think I am playing a Black Mage, right? I don't know what this is, but even if you die here, you can come back to this part. You don't have to redo the whole thing. Okay, nice. Yeah, it said it saved at certain parts, but I didn't know which parts. Okay, Foul combo. Cast the following spells in succession. Fire 4, Fire 4, Fire 4, and Foul. Costs a lot of effing MP, though. Astrologist has a lot of off-global cooldown heals, which is satisfying to throw out there. I will definitely be giving another try when Evolved Mode comes out. I'm looking forward to it. But then they say Astrologist was going to be one of those classes that need the most, like, reworks. It was Astrologist and Bard. Those are the two that are going to require, like, the most changes just to be the same, right? Okay, so this costs a lot of MP. 800 a cast. So that's a lot. That's almost 10% of my... I mean, it's 8%, right? 8% of my bar every time I cast it. Deals ice damage with a potency of 300. Additional effect restores up to 40% MP. Okay, so I have the MP spender and I have the MP recovery. That's nice. They already gave an update to Bard's rework, did they? That's good. I know some of the classes got buffed in 7.5. Warrior got buffed, Summoner got buffed, Reaper got buffed, Samurai got buffed. I don't remember any others. Okay, Thunder 4 deals lightning damage with a potency of 200 to a target and all enemies nearby it. Okay, lightning damage over time. Oh, nice. Okay, so we use that first, I imagine, just to get the dot on them. I have Cure 2. Okay, I don't know why I have Cure 2, but I do. Medica 2. Okay, I have Medica as well. And Break. Prevents spellcasting, movement, and other activities of all nearby enemies. Okay, so this is my Interrupt. Break. Okay, so damage with Thunder, then damage with Foul, regain MP with Blizzard, Cure, and Medica when necessary. Medica for the regen, Cure for big heals. What's funny is they have the, Cure actually has a half a second faster cast time. Holy shit, Medica 2 costs 1300 MP. Okay, got it. What's the cooldown for these? No cooldown. It just takes 2.3 seconds to cast. Okay. Defeat Nirvana and defend the Ethereal Confluence. Let's see. Basically, Scratch physical ranged bowcaster is making a comeback. Oh, interesting. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know how people feel about it. Okay, but these have cast time, so I've got to stand still. All right, lightning first for the second. Get to half a second. I can space. I can glide. I can. What does it call it? Glide casting or something. I got like. So it falls to us to protect the confluence from this fiend. I should have 100% finished my combo. Okay, we'll go ahead and use some Medica in an AoE around us so we get the regen going. Okay. I don't know what these are. I assume I have to stop them. Oh, a quick cast of Break. Break does damage around us, right? Boom. 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 I should have hit the one in the middle for sure. Holy crap, I didn't notice that was a problem. Okay. Cure. Go ahead and hit the regen on everybody. Go ahead and cure again. Go ahead and hit you with Fire 4, I guess, because we're taking too much damage. That was probably my fault. I mean, it was for sure my fault. Who else's fault it couldn't be? We're getting tossed into the air. That's probably not good. Slam. All right, let's go ahead and use my AoE heal. All right, beautiful. We'll get another heal real quick. Cure 2. And then I need to we can cast this. Okay, this should be foul, and then after that we need to focus on regening our mana. All right, keep getting interrupted. It's cool. Happy about that. Get a Medica 2 going so we can get some regen on Alizé and the Confluence. Switch to the Confluence. Get a Cure 2 in. That thing's gonna hurt. Nothing I can do about it. Okay, we can move over here. Sorry I'm talking through this. It helps me figure out what I'm doing. Even though there's like so few buttons. I need to heal Alizé. I will say Cure does a lot of healing. It is pretty nice. I'm out of mana though, so I need to use some Blizzard 4s. Get my mana back. Keep getting interrupted. That is quite annoying. Wonder if that's a spell I can interrupt. I'm not really paying attention to it, unfortunately. Also, I've really been neglecting lightning as well. I should keep that dot on him at all times. I don't know how long it lasts. Okay, there's Thunder 4. Oh, it lasts 20 seconds. Okay, great. Try to stop him with Break. Am I... Okay. Okay, we finally broke that, I think. Oh, we're just interrupting it. That's all we're doing. So as long as they don't get closer, we should be fine. Alright, I'm ready. It's now or never. Alright, beautiful. Get a quick heal going on everybody. Boom. I need my magic back, so we cast Blizzard. Okay, and then Alizé can get a heal real quick. And then we foul him. Foul him to death. Okay, that would have been a lot more fun if I wasn't responsible for healing and doing damage at the same time. I mean, that was fine, but it was just boring, you know what I mean? There's an area with a ton of enemies and you're trapped in there, and the enemies have infinite sight range in this game, so you can't stop combat to recover for a moment, and the healers take all damage. Oh, sorry. Celsius moment, you stand shoulder to shoulder with Alphino and Estinian. Resolve delay Lunar at Freet low. And the healers take all the damage, meanwhile the tanks take no damage. Interesting. Your tanks not have taunt? I feel like if your tanks had taunt, you wouldn't have to worry about that. Yeah, Black Mage doesn't usually need to throw out heals. Yeah, Graha does things his own way, it seems. Yeah, I mean, I could understand why the Mage would have some heals, I guess, but Lunar Efreet, the one Arnvald and Fordola encountered. I imagine this is going to be the hardest because we're playing our original class, but still, I have no tank. I guess I'm the tank. Let's go. Justinian, you better make this all worth it. I do have a taunt, but doesn't do anything. That's a bummer. Yes, I'm the tank. I'm the floor tank. That's what we do. Alphino, you better keep that thing alive. So I can't do it for you. Okay, we destroy the nails. I remember this. Hopefully we can destroy them fast enough. 30 minutes to finish. I'm sorry I had to read all of the descriptions. My goodness, would you die? Alright, good. We finished Hellfire. Well, he's going to cast Hellfire, but it shouldn't do anything because we destroyed all his nails. Okay, when I say it shouldn't do anything, I didn't mean it should do 75% of Estinian and Alphino's damage. That's not... He's gone. Where'd you go? Oh, there's multiple of them. Oh, I see. They're doing like a clock thing. They're dashing across. It's kind of neat. And the healer is AI. Healer AI is brain dead. But when I start a battle, the enemies will always come after me no matter what character I play. So I can't play healer. I don't care about swapping characters mid-battle. It sounds... I would look into why your taunt isn't doing anything. That seems like, if you're saying the taunt isn't doing anything, that seems like an issue. 'Cause that's the whole point of taunt, right? But what do I know? I'm gonna use second chance here because I don't trust Alphino. Okay, he's going up in the air. More nails. More nails. Goodness, that's a lot of nails, isn't it? I think we just need to destroy the middle ones and we should be okay. Justinian's gonna do something crazy, isn't he? Roar, Nidhogg, roar! Exactly what I thought. He's gonna do something cool. Oh my goodness, what the hell is that? That's not fair. Why can't I go all clone jutsu? I'm gonna go shadow clone jutsu. I was wrong though, this is not hard at all. I'm not taking any damage. They are, I'm just doing whatever I want. Okay, Alphino's gonna die and there's nothing. Oh wow, Alphino nearly did die. Estinian died. Are they supposed to be dying? Is that what's supposed to make this difficult? I don't know, maybe my item level's high enough not to matter. I don't know, maybe they're just making this easy. He doesn't have a back. Goodness gracious. This guy's just... Are you done? He did that move for a solid 30 seconds. Just slam, 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 slam. Alright, well, we did it. That was cool. That wasn't as painful as, like, it could have been. I actually enjoyed the classes, for the most part. Black Mage / White Mage, it didn't feel good. But I feel like that's because I was playing 2 roles at once.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you.
Mm-hmm.
Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Thank you. Think. Uh-oh. Bruno's doing his best down here. Has there ever been an in-lore explanation for why, like, Phoenix Downs work sometimes or work for the main characters and not... and not other characters like this? Why? I mean, you could always argue that, like, some wounds are worse than others, right? Which would explain why you can't heal everything. But we have Phoenix Downs, like, we have Revive. That's the one, not just in Final Fantasy XIV, I just mean Final Fantasy in general, period. I don't know if there's
How fair the tempered.
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
I'm not sure if there's ever been an in-lore explanation. Or at least not one that I know of. I was like, what is that? It's a kobold and a sylph running. Well, the kobold's running and the sylph is flying behind him. But all the pork seems helping people. Sylphs are running around healing. What a great scene.
Do not hang your head so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
All you can do is your best. This is cool. It kind of shows the Scions getting recognition for their work.
I should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time.
Not that I don't think they do, right? But the Alliance looking on and...
Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
Look at Alize. Accepting things too. See, she's growing up as well.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
One battle at a time. We'll get there. To the very end. Well, you've come this far. I like this one.
It really must count for something.
I feel like it's very important. These are all called lunar primals, and the moon's just coming out like that. Oh, we're getting the Shadowbringers theme. Or is this the primal theme? Not Shadowbringers specific. We did it! We did it! The game design decision was making spawns tankier the more enemies it spawns, because you can't kill it if you don't kill the enemies, and you can't kill the enemies when it's just spawning them. I don't know what any of that means, friend. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to rephrase that. Hey, look at that twin art. GG indeed! Shadowbringers is done! Well, the main story quest of Shadowbringers is done. 5.0, 5.x. Are we gonna watch the Endwalker trailer? Does Dan simultaneously hate and love Xenoblade Chronicles? We are almost... we're almost caught up. We're getting there. My goodness. What a day. What a week. Infinite enemy spam. Do you just have to survive for a timer? Or are there certain enemies you have to kill? I mean, what's the goal? Most times enemies don't spawn infinitely for no reason, right? So great to see these credits scroll. It really is. This art is beautiful too. I like that Reen art a lot. The twin art was really good. Seems like this is like an anime closing theme, isn't it? There's Oriange. That's the coolest Oriange's ever looked. And he doesn't have his silly looking glasses on. They'll never make me like you, Oriange, I'm sorry. Astrologian wasn't bad though. It's kind of fun. Good old Y'shtola. She's a beast. You have to kill the spawner, but it gets more defense when there are more enemies, and it keeps spawning them, so you never get to kill the spawner. I'm sure there's gotta be like a... There's gotta be like an efficient number of enemies to keep on the screen, right? Or have, I mean, you say the taunt doesn't work, but I feel like, oh, we're ignoring the Exarch, although he looks pretty cool there too. I really like this art. This style is really cool. I don't even know if these are like concept drawings or what, but I really like them. Oh, look at our boy. I wish we'd have seen the clean axe instead of the bloodied one, but I guess that was technically, God, sneak a cat. Don't tell me. It'll come to me. I know Ardbert's name. I meant the Asian jerk. Elidibus. There it is. Elidibus, technically, warrior gonna warrior. Isn't that the truth? Yeah, I feel like if your tank's taunt was working, you could taunt all the enemies and then just have your DPS focus the spawner while your healer does healer things, but again, I don't know. I'm not there and playing the game. I trust your skills about it more than mine. It was a pretty good ending to the expansion overall. I liked it. I liked it. One last little victory before we move on. Although I mean, I guess it does have a pretty good lead up to what we're gonna do in Endwalker as well. We still have some lunar primals out there, although I thought it was really cool to see the Scions fighting off the other primals. Obviously these aren't like, I don't know. They really didn't mention that the primals were any less fierce than their standard versions, just that the lunar primals couldn't enthrall others. So if you keep that in mind, that these primals are just as strong as they've always been, it is really cool to see the Scions essentially like Alizé and Garaha duoed. What's his name again? The ant guy, Thraw something. And then you had Oriange and Thancred and Y'shtola fighting Odin, which was pretty cool. Like, I thought that was all pretty neat. It just shows how strong the Scions actually are, which is cool. I think I mentioned before, but I think we don't get a lot of that. You know, it's always the Warrior of Light that's doing the heavy hitting. You know, I mean, we are the main character, so it makes sense. But the fact that, you know, the Scions are there, I think they deserve their spotlight as well. So I'm glad that they got it. The game is good, but some parts are just bad. Every Xenoblade is like that to some extent, except for XC1 or Torna. Torna is perfect. Dan, you cannot say anything about XC1. We heard you in the Discord. we saw you in the Discord talking about bosses from XC1 too. The Discord is forever, Dan. XC2 has effed up skills, future connected is the whole game, and here's the enemy spam. Music's so good. It really does suck that the most time we got with Ardbert is when he was being controlled by Elidibus, right? Yeah, but the XC1 bosses aren't that bad. I was just bad at it. That's fair. I feel like Ardbert did get a really good send off with his mount. I thought that was nice. I just kind of wish they hadn't effed up his memory with the whole Elidibus thing. It all makes sense. I don't think it was bad. It's just like incredibly disrespectful, you know? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. I love waltzes. Anyway. Yeah, I'm excited. And it seems like the stream is fixed. Again, thanks to Andy. We have streamed for 4 hours today and not dropped a single network frame. Not one. Not one. Almost 3 million frames of data sent over from my computer to yours, and not a single one has been dropped by the network. We've only dropped 12 due to rendering and encoding. So, out of close to 1 million. Crazy. Solid indeed. Solid. Maybe my wording was a bit too harsh. I was just trying to say that I like the game, but sometimes there are frustrating parts. Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, I think you could say that about almost any game, right? Not many games are actually perfect. I think things are generally like, you know, when you pick your favorite games or you pick your favorite anything, it's often not because it's like, because it was perfect, right? If something was perfect, everyone would love it, right? It would be universally loved. If everything was perfect, there wouldn't be any discussion about the best of anything, right? That's the thing about picking your favorites, is you can identify the things that you like and don't like about it, but it's your favorite because you feel that the good outweighs the bad in such a way that, you know, it makes you feel better than worse. So I get it. No worries. I mean, like this game, I'm critical of this game too, right? But I love this game. I think this is one of the best games, like, period. I think it's certainly the best MMO I've ever played. I think some of the writing in this game is some of the best I've experienced. It's, if anything, I'm just sad that I kind of wrote it off as an MMO for too long, you know? Like, it's a numbered Final Fantasy title, and I think it's great that they treat it that way. I think Final Fantasy has some of the best writing in games. I think Final Fantasy has some of the best characters, the best music. I love Final Fantasy. It's one of my favorite franchises, period. So to see that like all that love goes into something like this as well is amazing. Better late than never. True. It was never one of those things where I think I looked down on Final Fantasy XIV for it. I think it was just, you know, MMOs require, like, if you're actually playing an MMO, it requires so much of your time and your energy. MMOs are a lot, you know, and they're not for everyone. But I think this game is incredibly accessible. The fact that the free trial for the longest time went through Stormblood and now goes through Shadowbringers is insane, right? The fact that you can essentially do all of the dungeons, you can do all of the story content with a party of NPCs, you never have to interact with another person, is incredible, right? I think that's just so good for the franchise, so good for the game itself, you know, so good for people who are fans of Final Fantasy or new fans of Final Fantasy. It's just awesome. I'm glad I got to start the game post duty support. I appreciate the mostly single player experience is available. Yeah. To both of those things, right? I think that's the draw of an MMO, right? Is to play the game with other people and to experience that. And I think a good duty finder or a job finder, or, you know, whatever, a roulette, I think whatever system they want to use, I think is super important. But to be able to play a game and experience the story by yourself, is incredible. I think it's definitely an offering that to my knowledge, no other MMO really offers. I think WoW has started offering NPC parties for some of their content. I don't know what for. And I know that there was a long time that didn't exist for this game too, right? It's not something that the game started with, right? So I'm looking at it from a 15-year-old lens, right? Like the game's been out for a very long time, and so I'm experiencing it as a new player 15 years after release. And so I can acknowledge that it's probably not always been in this state, but I can tell you that as a player now, I appreciate the state that it's in. I like it a lot. All right, I apologize to the Information Technology Division and anyone that comes afterwards, but I imagine that there's another cutscene that I need to watch immediately follow. Oh, there's not. Okay, well, I need to go turn in a quest, and then it's probably going to show me another cutscene. So, thank you to everyone who brought this game to life. Emmerich, here we go again. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. Thank you, Emmerich. You think of everything, huh? You have thought of everything, Lord Emmerich, and may I say how much I appreciated the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since last he took his leave. Justinian, it would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. Yep, there it is. I merely grew weary of wandering the Far East. Returning to more serious matters. While the Telophoroi have been driven from Cartnow, 'tis like that the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I am confident that we have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. You guys did a good job, I will say that. As such, while our forces keep to the Telophoroi at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor, while the towers remain. So too will the threat of the lunar primals, and given our expertise in the field of etherology, we are better qualified to find the solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There is a time and a place for formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are wont to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to this task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of my assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. Well, I'd just find out that Emmerich was an Ascian all along. I'd probably cry. I'd take back everything I said about this game. I confess I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely, vital as they plainly are to the Telophorais plans. But if we can discern their ultimate function, we'll be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Oh man. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Telophoroi will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us. For you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, all right, Alphino. We need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in the position to seek information from all manner of places, not least Charlayan. According to Kryl, the Forum have been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telophoroi, that remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear. The Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fortunao's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation. I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Charlayan hath ever been the wellspring of ethereological knowledge. I care not where we go. Here or there, my lance will be ready. Thanks, Justinian. And what of you, Dion? Might you be persuaded to join us? I mean, do I have a choice? Plot a course for Charlayan. If it means I can have words with Fortunato, an island of bookworms and bureaucrats, have we no other choice? Dan, you said even the characters are commenting on the enemy spam. I ran away to escape from battle, but I respawned all enemies. F the guy who programmed this area. Take a deep breath, Dan. Take a deep breath. If it means I can have words with Fortunato.
Who's that Pokemon?
Only after I do. If he and his friends in the Forum think we'll leave them alone if they ignore us, they're in for a shock. It appears we are in agreement. We have but to wait for Kryl to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there is a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. They still can't go near the towers, right? Isn't that the whole point? Death unto dawn. Quest complete. You have learned the emote shush. Thanks. Meanwhile, in the Garlean I knew it. All right, I was just literally about to say that. Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital. Oh, look at that. Xenos the Reaper? Okay, that's actually really cool. Crystal ball, yeah. It's coming. Okay, that's kind of cool.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch. Though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure.
This guy's the voice acting for this guy is so great.
Which
the writing's good.
does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within
I think that just further implies, right, my theory, that they have a primal at their disposal, or whatever they want to call it.
The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire.
Should the dreamer be sparking?
Relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence.
Is this the first time we've had a villain introduce a job though. This is pretty cool. I'm not mad about it. I think it fits.
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon.
All right. Gonna take it.
Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor.
Yup, called it.
And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
Yeah, that's the primal they have tucked away, right? Xeno's way of saying I missed you. The stars will bear witness to our final contest.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
they're absorbing the ether.
The towers are drawing upon the land's ether,
Right.
which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
I mean, we kind of assumed that, right? We also assumed that they were drawing it from the people that they were.
Our allies must be informed of this.
We found inside the
Return
towers.
to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Right, Arnvald and Fordolio went in there and found the
Hear me.
Oh, hey, look, it's Heidelin.
Hear me.
Ah, it's been a while, isn't it?
Darkness comes, and with it,
Maybe Heidelin.
the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Okay, thanks. I'm so glad we removed the helmet. Facial expressions are great.
Back there.
Well, I guess it depends on if we're successful or not. Xenos is like, I'm thinking of you. When I look up at the moon, know that it. At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines, and gazes cast toward moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what end betides. Dun, 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 dun. Under the darkened moon, we did it! Hooray! Shadowbringers is done! With the exception of some of the trials and the raid that we have to do. Well, the Alliance raid. We haven't done Nora. We indeed! Whee! Ooh. That was a lot, huh? So cool things happened. Xenos introducing Reaper. Super cool, actually. I didn't know how they were going to introduce that class, and I didn't assume it was going to be one of the Scions. So the fact that Xenos did it, I actually didn't see coming. Maybe if I was smart enough. So was it Friday? Friday was, we were having the disconnects, and it was like the last cutscene of the day, and unfortunately I had to disconnect. I was planning on ending stream after that, so we didn't get to watch it together, which is unfortunate. But Xenos was like picking out a new weapon, and I think that if I were like not frustrated with what was going on with the disconnects and everything, if I weren't just like mentally exhausted from all of that happening, also sleeping in a closet and my roof flooding, I probably would have been like, oh yeah, like maybe I would have drawn the connection there, but I didn't. So it was cool to see Xenos wielding the scythe. Pretty neat. Oh, that's what happened. I was wondering how I missed that scene. Yeah, you didn't miss anything. It was like, I think we were just wrapping up the final battle. Anthony was just coming in and the stream crashed, and I was like, okay, after this cutscene, we're gonna be done anyway. So I was like, I'm not gonna restart it for 2 minutes. But unfortunately it was, of course, that cutscene. So, yeah, Xenos selecting a new weapon and then it being revealed to be the Reaper Scythe, actually super cool. I dig that. I do think it just lends more credence to the fact that Garlemald has a primal or some kind of god, some kind of being in their control. They called it the Dreamer. I'm trying to think of all the icons of the primals that I've experienced throughout Final Fantasy, and I don't remember which one of them, or if any of them have anything to do with sleep, or a connection to sleep or dreams or anything like that. I'm sure it exists. I'm sure once I see it, I'll be like, oh, maybe. But at the same time, Final Fantasy XIV has introduced a lot of like new icons and primals that didn't exist before. So it's very possible that I just don't know this one. But I do believe that our theory of Garlemald holding onto a primal is probably pretty confirmed at this point. That's nice. I did have it spoiled for me because I watched the FanFest teaser for Evercold, but I do know now that Alphino is the Sage, so that theory was confirmed for us, so that's exciting. So I'm excited to know. I was actually surprised. I thought something would come of it here, but it's not, so I don't know how Alphino is going to make that transition. So I'm excited to see where that goes. I didn't expect us to be going into Charlayan, which is cool. So the fact that we're gonna go to the island and interact over there, pretty neat. I still think we're gonna end up in Garlemald. I think our time will be split, similar to how it was in Stormblood, where we kind of went between Doma and Eorzea and all kinds of places. I still think that at least part of our time will be spent in Garlemald. We'll see if that happens. I do think that the twins are going to leave the Scions, at least Alphino. Maybe not both of them, but I do think Alphino will stay in Garlemald after it's all over. Although, to be fair, I'm a little iffy on that one because of, again, of the FanFest trailer. We know that the Warrior of Light, Alphino, and Estinian are like fighting together, so that's kind of cool. Which shard are we going to? Was it the 4th? Is that what the next shard we're going? Spoilers, I guess, for anyone who didn't watch FanFest. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to ruin that for you, but I think we're all fans here. I think we all watched it for the most part. So yeah, lots of good stuff. Very good expansion. I think Shadowbringers is by far the best expansion. I think I still liked Heaven's Word more. I think I just enjoyed it. I got past the dumb area about overleveling so the enemies would attack. Nice. That's one way to do it. At least you accomplished it. Trailer. All right. Andy's like, shut up. We've heard all these things before. Tired of hearing you talk. Fine. Got it, Andy. Let's watch the... That was cool. I didn't expect this at all. Oh, wow. How pretty is that? Also, why is there a rocket ship going to the moon? What the hell is that? I didn't either instant switch. I know. My goodness, that's pretty. Every time I'm like, man, they really couldn't get better, right? like I thought Heavensward, you know, A Realm Reborn was A Realm Reborn, pretty basic. Heavensward was also pretty basic, but I was like, oh man, the snow and the prettiness and the logo, that's pretty cool. And then Stormblood was pretty dramatic, and then we got to Dawn Trail, and Dawn Trail was like, wow, that's just beautiful, you know, with the darkness piercing the light. I was like, that's sick. And then this one's pretty cool. We got the moon, like a solar or lunar eclipse going on, pretty cool. We got some weird Ascian spaceship going to the moon. This is not unique. We've been to the moon before. Actually, I think it's Final Fantasy V. Was it 4 or 5? Did we fight X-Death on the moon? Spoiler, Dan's finally built that rocket. It's Dan's rocket. Dan's been playing the long con the entire time. It's like, I already built the rocket. You'll see it in Final Fantasy 14. You said, okay, but me as a Gundam fan, it's the year after Colony 195. I would love to be a Gundam fan. I never got into it young, and I've tried to watch was it Iron-Blooded Orphans? I did watch some of that and enjoyed it, but I'm not too caught up with the Gundam lore, other than cool Gundam mechs fighting in space. Man, this is pretty, isn't it? This looks so good. Wow. Okay. Movies and title. Endwalker, demo, and title. Let's go. I'm excited. All right. Let's see what we got. Pretty. Good flame effects immediately right off the bat. Oh, look, it's the moon again. Who would have thought? This is the same song that was at the beginning of Shadowbringers, isn't it? Right.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's the Warrior of Light, a weird robe. Oh, is the Warrior of Light on the moon? Are we actually going to the moon? Who needs Garlemald? Who needs to go to Garlemald? You can just go to the moon. Okay, look, I mean, there's...
The final days were upon us. The fabric of the star had begun to fray, its lands rent by tooth and claw.
This is Oriange, right? Okay, there's Alizé as her red mage self. Beautiful stuff. Boom. Not Oriange. No? Oh. Here's her brother showing up to heal her shield. Woo! Quick slash. The Warrior of Light is a paladin. Boom! And there we go. Here's our Sage mode Alphino for sure, right? There he is.
Are you all right? I can look after myself, you know. And I've had enough of this rabble. Come on.
Why does Warrior of Light Paladin look skinny? I don't necessarily like that. Wow.
As the chaos spread, the star seemed doomed to unravel.
And yet. Is that Oh, is that Tiamat? Is that Estinian riding Tiamat? Boom. Oh my god, why does Estinian look so much cooler than me? We're the same job. Oh, it's Estinian. Wow, Estinian's not only showing up, but also stealing the narrator spot. What a G. Like, oh my god. Estinian's the main character, isn't he? We're nothing besides Estinian. Oh, there's Van Daniel. Oh, is that a ship crashing to the... Okay, yeah, it's a ship. Is that Gridania just in flames? Oh, nice.
You took your time. 'Tis as we feared. The
The respite afforded this land was but fleeting. The end draweth nigh.
I told you we didn't end the 8th Unbreakable Calamity. Oh, we're back in the first. That was Yulmore, wasn't it? Was that not Yulmore? Is this this has got to be Charlayan, right? This is the place we haven't been before. What a cool ether crystal that is. Oh, look at Graha locked away. I knew it.
This star still has secrets to tell. Take care, my friend.
Is this the council? Yeah, that's their father. Oh, look at you, stole like a badass.
Charlayan would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would.
It would.
Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must then, but we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Boom. Just Xenos watching it all burn. Man, they don't care about Garlemald at all, do they? This music is beautiful too. Why does everyone look skinny in this? Sorry. Why does everyone look so gaunt, thin? They look like they've all been on Ozempic. That was sick. Way to go, Paladin. Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I want to look like that for sure. Beautiful. My goodness. Maybe not as dramatic. It sounds weird. I think Shadowbringers cinematic like hit just a little bit harder. I think it was like really, I don't know. There was a lot of drama. There was a lot of like questions asked in the Shadow Walker intro that I don't like, that, you know, I think Shadowbringers is still slightly better, right? Like has a little bit of an edge, but this one was great. My goodness. They haven't had time to eat running around fighting everything. It kind of seems that way, doesn't it? Shadowbringers is definitely my favorite, but Endwalker sets things up beautifully. Yeah, lots of good stuff from that. Further confirmation, if I hadn't seen the FanFest event, then or the FanFest teaser for Evercold, then I for sure would have been confirmed there that Alphino gets the Sage mode. Good stuff. Glad that that was the case. Y'shtola standing up to the council, really cool. I will say, I'm seeing some like mirroring between the Heavensward, what do they call them? The 12 or whatever, you know, like the church, the foundation, what do they call them? Was it the foundation? I feel like I'm getting some mirroring between like the foundation and the council, right? They kind of feel like the same thing right now. I know there's a difference, right? Between like this, they had like this religious oligarchy pretty much, or theocracy, and then the council is more of a, actually I don't even know what kind of government do you call it when it's run by academics? Is there even a name for it? Perfection? I don't know. Utopia? Anyway, but yeah, wow, lots of good things. So many good things. Really good stuff. I still don't know why Estinian's cooler than me. I just don't get it. Why does he get to do all this cool stuff? I suppose, to be fair, we have like Coerthan Descent or something like that. And I think that's supposed to be what Estinian does in the trailer. He just looks so badass doing it. Like, I just want to, I want to look like him. I just want to be Estinian. Super cool. Goodness. Yeah, watching Garlemald burn, like, Xenos does not care, right? It seems like Van Daniel is just milking Garlemald for everything he can. And Xenos is just watching it go down in flames. He does not care one bit. That's very interesting. I don't know if that's more symbolic or if that's the, like, how we're actually going to see Garlemald. But I think I'm even more, like, seeing that, I think I'm even more convinced that that Alphino at least is going to stay behind, because if that's how Garlemald looks after the events of Endwalker, there's no way that Alphino's not going to want to stay and fix that, right? I feel like, because that's where he's from, like, that's where Alphino and Alizé are from. They're from Garlemald, yeah. So I think that just further reinforces my idea that at least one of them, Alphino for sure, maybe Alizé as well, I'm not sure, but at least one of them will stay behind. Shadowbringers helped reinforce my character's lore that she's from another world. Oh yeah, I think you mentioned that before, which is cool. Alfie and Alizé are from old Charlayan. What's the difference between old Charlayan and new Charlayan? But yeah, seeing Charlayan is cool. That whole island was really pretty. The art was nice. Oh yeah, the fact that I think it's more or less confirmed that, like, we didn't stop the Charlayan near Idleshire that's been abandoned. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Did they not grow up in Garlemald? Am I just wrong about that? Have I been wrong about that the entire time? Have they never been to Garlemald? Because wasn't that the whole point? Is either they defected from Garlemald or Louis Sois did or something like that? Garlemald is the home of the Garleans. Yeah, I know that. That's where the Empire is, right? They're the bad guys. I could have sworn that the twins had some connection to Garlemald. Interesting. Okay. So you're just about to say, oh yeah, the fact that I don't think we actually ever stopped the 8th Edible Calamity from happening. I think that's what that conversation between Thancred and Orianche was further referencing or further implying, was that we just kind of pushed it off. You know, we've replaced one calamity with another. I feel pretty confident in that now. I mean, to be fair, it feels like kind of a cop-out, just because, of course, there has to be a calamity. There has to be a calamity at some point, and then by its very nature, it would be the 8th. But my theory was that the series of events that we did on the 1st didn't actually fix anything, right? It just shifted it, or I think it's the same similar. I think it's a similar event, or close enough not to matter, if that makes sense, right? So I think my theory still holds there. We'll see. I didn't even know the moon had anything to do with it. I guess we could have made that connection when everything was being called lunar or something, but I didn't actually think we were going to space. I didn't think we were going to the moon. That's pretty cool. I guess we'll need a spaceship for that. As weird as it is. Oh my. Wait, again, I guess that does make sense, right? You have the whole, like, Luna and sleeping. Wait for those TP costs. No kidding. You thought Doma was expensive. Setting the home point to the moon ASAP. I guess that would make sense, actually. In this world, is the moon a god? If Hydaelyn, if our planet is essentially the embodiment of a primal, could the moon be as well? That'd be interesting, huh? Sorry, you don't need to look at Dion. You don't need to look at me either, but we're done for today. Better start getting Aetheryte tickets, yeah. Wow. Yeah, we can't just for Doma it was the birds, right? In Doma they introduced the birds. Like, oh, you could fly from Doma back to the main world or mainland. What are we gonna do? Take a quick rocket ship from the moon back to the source, back to Hydaelyn? Where's the ship even gonna come from? We just got an airship in the last patch. Now we have a whole ass spaceship. Is Charlayan just that far ahead? It's like, well, you know, we can get to the moon if we want to. Or Garlemald, I guess, to be fair, if I'm assuming that the moon is a primal, is an icon, then maybe Garlemald has a way to get there. And we're gonna steal their ship. I don't know. I mean, I bet Sid would like nothing more than to build a spaceship. Did he build a spaceship in 5 or 4? When did we go to the moon? When has Final Fantasy 6 or not? It wasn't 6 when we went to the moon. It was one of the earlier ones. It was like either 4 or 5. The cheap way to go to Gugane is to go to the Arcanist Guild, Aetheryte, and Limsa, and talk to the East Eldinar person. It only costs 3 gold. Yeah, it's like a chocobo, right? Went to the moon in 4 and went near it in 8. Yeah, we have been in space before. So we're just going back. Good stuff. All right. I mean, that was a very good intro to Endwalker. We'll probably watch it again before we start Endwalker, just so I can refresh and everything. I really don't know what the plan is. I really want to do the Yorha stuff, the Nier raid. I still haven't found my cost savers for Endwalker TP, just FYI. Okay. So I'll just set up my home point there. I think right now my home point is the Crystarium, so I'll just switch it over to wherever it's necessary, I guess. Might be Charlayan, figured out. But yeah, I really do want to finish up. We still have some mount farming to do. I have all but like 3 of the Kamoi.
Who's that Pokemon?
I think I have 2 of the Quibbers, so still a lot of stuff to do there. Maybe what we'll do is have you done the Four Lords quest? Yes, Andy and I wrapped that up a week, 2 weeks ago, something like that. I think it was 2 weeks ago yesterday. I think I want to knock out Yorha. Andy, you haven't done it either. Has anyone done the Alliance raid for Shadowbringers? Is that even possible to knock out in a day? Man, I don't think so. I did it on stream. Nice. I think even Alexander took us a couple of streams, but I think with Alexander I was trying to do other things in between, wasn't I? I think that was one of the times where I remember Alexander took a while, but I was also like trying to throw it in different places. What was this? Oh, it was the Final Fantasy 12 Rabanaster. Rabanaster was the Alliance raid for Stormblood. I feel like that took 2 days as well. Do I really want to put off? I want to do the raid. I need to do the raid. About 7 hours on a Sunday, but no one was really queuing at the time. But then again, a lot of people have come back to the game recently. Yeah. There's a lot to be argued for waiting until the worlds get joined. I feel like that's just gonna take a lot of time off of this stuff in general if we have to queue for it. Oh, we will have to queue for it. And the Alliance raids, honestly, have not, since A Realm Reborn, have not really been important to the main story. I don't feel like I'm gonna lose anything. The Ether people aren't happy about joint. I don't care what the Ether people think at all, to be honest with you. What an elitist mindset to have. But just do Endwalker, then we can do the grinding after it. Yeah, I think... I'm not worried about... I think I've already come to terms with, like, not doing the grinding. I want the mounts, but I'm not too worried about the mounts. I'm not going to use a stream to grind for mounts for any reason. It's just the raid, the Alliance raid itself. Nier is just so not plot adjacent. Andy, you don't... I love you, but you don't get an opinion on this. Your opinion would be no regardless. So, you've still not played it. It's not that you don't get an opinion, it's just that I already know your opinion. Oh, I'm not saying don't do it. Sure. But it's near. So like, yeah. I don't know if I want to do it off stream either. I think I'll just wait until presumably our queue times are better. Because it really does feel like when we were doing Omega, I mean, when we've done all of these raids, we've had queue times of like 20, 30 minutes, and it has been faster when we would switch over to Ether. It would be faster, so that, you know, when we did Eden, right? Our Eden queue times were still sometimes 20 plus minutes, even when switching to Ether. But I don't like those raids, but the people I did it with probably were the problem and not the raids themselves. That's fair. What time are you doing them? This time, whenever I stream normally. It'll be the same regardless. It'll be this time if I do it on stream at all. I don't have hair. I keep doing this. It's not there. It's not going to make it grow back faster. I think we'll just skip it for now. I think we'll wait until the worlds join. Maybe that'll help queue times. Maybe we can plan something and just get it knocked out. I do want to do them on stream, but this raid in particular, or this alliance raid in particular, I don't feel has any plot relevance whatsoever. And so I don't necessarily feel bad about not doing it, I guess. I hate skipping content, but I feel like because of also taking 2 weeks off this last month because of my head, I'm just already further behind than I want to be. So I think it makes sense. Okay, I've convinced myself. Which means this Friday, ideally. So as far... New raids aren't plot relevant, but you do start in a Shadowbringers element tribe. Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it'll be... What I mean by... I believe it's all relevant. I want to do it all. I want to experience it all, but it's not important to, like, the main story. So I don't feel like I need to do it before Endwalker is what I really mean to say is... It's not, like, chronologically, it has no relevance to anything. It's just something that I would like to get done eventually. So because of that, the next time we play Final Fantasy, I'll probably just be starting Endwalker, which is a pretty big deal. That's exciting. This week, as far as streaming goes, I think actually I already know the round 2. I know the round 2 schedule. They've already announced it. So our first game 1 is going to be tomorrow at tomorrow, and then we don't have another home game until next Tuesday, it seems. So there won't be a stream tomorrow. Actually, there might be a stream tomorrow. I think Brittany works tonight, which means she's gonna sleep. So I guess we will be streaming tomorrow. Never mind, disregard. But there probably won't be a stream next Tuesday, which means this Friday we should still be good to start Endwalker. And that's the plan. Tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we should be good to start Front Mission 5. We just finished Front Mission 4. It's Thursday, so that was exciting. So we should have Front Mission 5 to look forward to starting tomorrow. And then this weekend, I should be starting Dragon Quest Builders, also exciting for us. And then Endwalker on Friday. My goodness, it's a week of firsts. I love that. We finished a lot this week then. Finished Ocarina of Time a few weeks ago. We knocked that out, which was good. We finished Front Mission 4, and we finished Shadowbringers today. So, looking forward to it. Congrats again. Put a ton of work in to get this far. I feel like it has been a lot, but at the same time, like I mentioned before, I like the pacing we're going at. I don't feel like any of it's rushed, but I don't feel like we're delaying too much. I like the game, so I would ideally like to put more time into it, but I found that like playing with you guys is nice, or playing off stream, or doing like leveling up other jobs. I think that kind of gets my fix in, so I don't feel like I'm neglecting the game at all. So it's been good. It's been good. Oh, buddy. All right. Well, and not a single network frame drop today. Not a single disconnect, not a single issue, nothing. Nothing. How's the quality on your end? Are we still getting like 2K quality? Does it still look good on everybody? We did lower our bitrate to see if that was going to fix the issue. It didn't fix the issue, but I don't see a reason in increasing it if I don't have to. So, does anybody have any opinions about how the stream looks? Does it look fine? I hope so. I'm getting jitters right now, but could be my side. It's not mine. So hopefully it looks pretty much unchanged here. Okay, cool. Unchanged is kind of what I'm going for. Because if we were streaming at 25,000 kilobytes per second, or 25 megabytes per second, and now we're down to 18 kilobytes per second or megabytes, and there's not a quality change, then are you guys watching on PC or are you watching on mobile? I mentioned before, but I know sometimes because of the high bit rate that I stream at, you're watching on PCs, aren't Azaria, and still getting Gloria's on mobile? It would make sense for Gloria to get some stutters, because I know sometimes the bit rate does affect like mobile watching, but it's weird that it's doing it on PC too. Gotta step away. Have a good one, everybody. Bye, Andy. Yeah, we're gonna wrap up here too. I'm excited. The app is bad. Yeah, sometimes it feels that way. All right. What a day. What a day. What a week. I appreciate everybody's patience with dealing with all the disconnects and stuff. It's been crazy. I appreciate your patience. Not sure if you saw my message about the rating. Did you send it to me on Discord? Where did you? I don't know where you sent it. Or did you send it to me here? Oh, I was going to offer someone to raid, by the way, but they're in post Endwalker, so I don't know if you'd want to raid into that. Oh, you mean raid for the stream? Sure. I think everybody who watches knows what's going on in Endwalker, so sorry about that, Zuri. I did not see your message. It came in just under a 30-second ad break. Prey streams it is. All right, we'll raid out to them. Thank you. Let's set that up now. Raid. Prey streams, Final Fantasy 14 online, perfect. Post content, Endwalker, love it. Wolf Raid indeed. You should be able to copy and paste that. It should be a follower emote now, not a... I just have the one raid message. I'm not important enough to have two of them. So we'll go ahead and copy and paste that. Hopefully it works out. But yeah, that's going to be it for me. We'll go ahead and raid out to Prey Streams. They're doing post Endwalker stuff, it looks like. Thank you for Zaria for the recommendation. But as always, I love you guys. I appreciate you all. Thank you for being here as much as you can be. Thank you for your patience over the last few weeks while I work through my head issues and for the disconnect issues. But I'm glad as of right now we have the stream issues worked out and my head is attached. So we'll keep going. We should be back tomorrow, as I mentioned before, with more Front Mission, starting Front Mission 5, which is exciting. More Final Fantasy 14 starting Endwalker on Friday, and then starting a new game, Dragon Quest Builders, on Saturday, all at around 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. And I hope to see you all there. Bye, everybody.
Remember, not slow and steady.
I had a glance outside of my stance. I'm seeing everything different now. One thing to learn is how to be stern. There is no such thing as middle ground. You better get yourself out of the bed. There's no time to sit around chilling. You don't realize you just slipped, and now the devil's on a mission. Better back up when you get filthy and punch. I can see you plotting without that hunch. Fully protects and becoming in clutch. So put on the apple. I don't want that lunch. Bad cat, get off me, you me. That's the lie. I can see, duty. Sense in the season, I got it unlocked. And you'll see the wave when I make it on top. Bars are gonna collect you. Execute or grab the check too. All this seed is obsolete. Doesn't bother me. I am not the next fool. Don't go thinking I'm inept too. Oh no. Got it all wrong, cause I'm so different from y'all. So far apart, you know every bar coming straight from the heart.
Ready player one, push and start, taking turn. My time to attack, not the fan, shout out bitch new one. Fly like Peter Pan, sorry darling, that's the ocean. You broke up with your man, don't give a damn, I hope you come. I'm in the edge now, with who it really depends how. Many new followers, haters and all of us, pull up and shit really went down. Intolerant just like the red cow, last laugh cause the head south. Light jabs like I'm Chantal, haters get 60 for palms. Steady and calm, I flip a bitch over, immediately crab. She hitting the dab, 2016 was a hell of a fad. Money makes life a movie, yeah I get this forever though. Found peace by the tenfold, when I work on me and myself alone. Bad bunnies on the telephone, graduated need a ceremony. Graduation party shorties got me hardy, they be up and on the pheromones. 36 danger zone, full of squad like hey Simone. Hook me up with her cousin, know she bout to be cousin. Ready player one, push and start, taking 10. My time to attack, not the fan, shout out bitch new one. Fly like Peter Pan, sorry darling, that's the issue. You broke up with your man, don't give a damn, I hope he miss you. I'm at the edge now, with